Cybersick, welcome on in. Good morning, good day. I hope you had a good weekend. It is one day. How's everything? I'm still struggling with things. Yeah, that that is an interesting emote. That's that is an interesting emote. I am not gonna lie. This is not what I expected when I zoomed in. God damn. God damn. We have some good news. We have some very bad news, which is fine. It's what happened and it was expected. But yeah, I have a feeling that even though my sponsorship with Figma was already kind of complicated, after today it's gonna be even worse of an option. So, I'm probably gonna never gonna work with them again. If they watch the stream, unless they take criticism properly, which I, based on past experiences, I doubt. But we'll see. We will see. There are like a ton of things that are interesting. I spent the weekend surviving. That's the first thing, but also trying to play with the new features of Figma, aka the motion feature and the shaders features. And disappointed is an understatement. I think it's cool, but I think it really isn't good. There are like so much things that needs to be put in place when it comes to motion specifically that are not there and apparently can't be done. Maybe I'm missing some information about how to do such things within the Figma Motion tab, and I hope that's the case. But so far, in the past 3 days of trying to figure out exactly how this thing is working and is it good or not good, it's pretty bad. So that's the thing. As always, I'm on the side of I hope I'm just missing some things and I have not understood the feature as it was supposed to behave, but still. And for the people that will ask, probably at some point, if you rewatch this, my credentials for this is that I went to school for motion design. So I have a background in motion design. I used to be a motion designer for advertising, and therefore I have some understanding and some skills in that department. Even though it was a long time ago, I still do have some understanding in that department. And right now in the Figma thing, everything is, well, not great. There is a ton of stuff that are like not native, but mostly almost native um, to After Effects and other motion platforms that just like are not there yet in Figma Motion. As always, this is the beta version of the Motion tab. It's the first iteration that they have, and therefore it makes sense that it's like lacking in features, but still, it still need in my eyes to be implemented in a good way. And specifically, if I go into, we can go there. Um, I don't know if that is gonna be. That's not how you type sheet. In motion design, for what we want to create, I'm looking for some things like this, basically, for presenting motion, how to show motion in animation. But right now, I'm just finding the thing that are not like as good. I'm guessing this is gonna be the best option for now. Um, this for ball. This is feasible in Figma, which is pretty good, right? That's a starting point where you have the ability to squish a circle pretty easily as soon as you put anchor point in the right position, which is going to be like right there at the bottom center, which is good. This is something that we can do. But for square, we have some distortion that needs to happen that isn't necessarily something that we can do when it comes to um, motion. And I know we probably will have things in there. I doubt that's gonna be on Pinterest right now that I'm thinking about it. Let me see if Google has the things in question that I'm thinking. Um, no, god dang. Um, in in moving a square across a line, usually sliding it from side to side, we want to have some sort of a jiggle physics, just a smidge in animation, in order to figure out, or you know what, let me just say animation, um, because that might be a bit of a better a better option on this. It's not, god damn it. It's not gonna be there. It's in the same realm as this one. I know there is a ton of other options that are there, but nonetheless, it's the same thing. So basically, if you have a square that is going to travel from this point to this point, in the center portion of said animation, you kind of want to get your top section to be a bit like this, to give it that movement, that speed, that understanding that something is happening, and it's going so fast that there is some deformation of the square. When it comes to making it like a lot more realistic, we usually have these 2 points be like somewhere around here, and then they would have like somehow a bit of a, I mean, I'm using radius, which is like Figma stuff, but like they have like a bit of a bend to the element. So in order to achieve this without doing like too much of a thinking, we tend to use a line with like 80 points, or let's do here like 40 points. It's going to be probably the same width. And then for that to work, we simply move it here and then have that point to move there and then bend it. Like that's usually what it is. Shifaz, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? And then that also means that once you reach the other points, you can 100% just move that to the other side and just get a bit of a spring thing. But these are not feasible in the current state of the Figma motion thing. So I tried to do that. That's one of my main like pain point right now. Anything in the Figma motion animation is going to be non-jiggly, and that's not great. For anything or anyone that knows motion and that has worked in motion, we tend to attempt to get like as much jiggle, as much springiness in the animation. So far, what I have achieved is on this one, on the gray square, we have a bit of a physics hack to this, and then the black version is what can be done in regular Figma stuff. So it has that deformation that I was talking about a second ago, but it doesn't exist. And so if I show you what it is, it's just a long ass square or rectangle technically that is covered by two white blocks right there that is creating that effect, but it's just like tilting it with a rotation, which is not good. It's not how things are supposed to be, and it's not at all how you're supposed to create that type of animation. It does work if you just want it to get that effect, But in reality, you want to stretch things in a lot more granular way. So when we have, like, again, the bouncing ball that we use as an example every time is just going down with a bit of a stretch and therefore a bit of a resizing on the side. And then when it reached the floor, it goes the other way around. So you extend it the other way. And then technically speaking, if we wanted to be very much motion designer related, we would go to the extent of saying that these 2 points needs to go down when we reach the floor. So that the formation at the bottom needs to just like very much accentuate, but that's not feasible. Like transforming the path, as far as I know, with Figma Motion is not an option. So we can only do the regular things. Cat, hi, what morning? I hope you're good. Um, have a good ghost today, I guess. So we can only do this, which is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. But for anything that is jiggly, as in pudding, as in creating some jiggly physics here and there, you need to implement some tricks. Or again, I'm just missing things. And if I'm just missing things, then that's good. But still, I do feel like in the motion tab, we are missing a ton uh, of of features that just needs to be there. And I I've s- I've seen things, but it's just like not that tab, for example, is said to be edit object, but when you click on it, nothing happens. Um, and it's just like not what we expect, at least. So that's it's a bit of a weird situation. Um, and then the other one that I've done is this one, which right from the get-go is looking like nothing, but as soon as I go into the motion mode, we have a proper animation of something, and it is not good. It's not bad, but it's not great. It's again missing a ton of jiggliness, a ton of jelliness. For the motion, there is a lot too much stiffness when it comes to the animation itself, and obviously we can explain it. Um, like I could with the red portion, I could make sure that it is with a lot more keyframes across the entire thing so that it follows the exact animation that I have. Like right here, we are way ahead because of that sub bounce, which I understand. It makes sense. But still, um, it's a lot of work to achieve the exact thing, but it kind of works, but it's just like too static. And if I change that things, um, Genie, welcome on in. If I change that curve in question, I'm ending up with a lot of issues with the animation itself. So it's a weird thing. It's not supposed to work this way, but it does work this way. So it's fine. And this one specifically is just made with uh the path animation that I talked about last week, where basically I just have created one big ass path with all of the letters and all of the things, and the transition in between the states, but also in the simple, let me hide this, in the simple black and white version, I also have like hidden elements right there that are going to be shown and hidden at times to just have that kind of bounce thingy. Like right now, for example, this is really bad. And the reason why it's really bad is because right here, we should have the beginning of the next one already. So all of these two things should already be like here, roughly. Um, and that whole thing is just like all the times, every single sub animation is going to have a lot of delays that were supposed to like happen earlier, and it's just it doesn't make any sense. But for some reason, it kind of works. So I don't really know. Yeah, maybe that works. I guess now the this one is gonna be absolutely fucked. It follows closer now. But yeah, like it's such a weird system. It does work. You do have animation potential when it comes to this thing, but it is 100% the type of stuff that you would not like to do in Figma. Like I would rather do this in After Effects, which I know is not the point. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. And then the other part that was kind of weird to me is that in motion design in general, we tend to go with left to right when it comes to the animation. So, like right now, for example, I started my initial plot from left to right, but in order to achieve that, I had to take this element and get my animation to be a reversed animation. So instead of being like the draw on regular, I had to reverse it for some reason. I mean, some reason. I can't understand the reason, but I had to reverse it because apparently this point was started or was counted as if it was the starting point. Because when you take a circle, the starting point is somewhere around here or somewhere around here and it goes clockwise. But if you went clockwise, then that means that this would be the proper path. I mean, for you, it's this direction, and it's just like it's this amount of small elements that just needs to be adjusted in order to achieve the proper animation patterns. But you know, at the end of the day, it's fine. It's working. Like we can create things that are pretty fine, but it's just gonna take so much more time than if you did it with a proper motion design tool. So I guess that's the main gripes that I have with it so far. And it's a lot of things that just don't necessarily make sense. I'm gonna open another file to explain what I have, but yeah. And then on shaders, because I did some shaders on this one specifically, and it is okay. But then again, because the shaders themselves are only um, in agent mode, like right now I have done some chromatic aberration to, do some deformation and edge uh, happening things, and then the regular lens distortion because we need that. It feels wrong. It's um, it's pretty bad, and the reason for this is every single designer is going to ask for lens distortion, is going to ask for chromatic aberration, and probably some sort of an ASCII shader thing, pixelate, whatever. And these should have been default effects that you can add because otherwise it's just like not a it should be in there. And we do have some of these, but whatever. And then the other thing is that they are not animated. So if you have something like, let's do the hatching on top, which is kind of wild. Um, if you if you do this and you want it to animate this entire thing with the softness or the frequency that you have in there, and let's say that you have a bit of a density thing right about here, for some reason, that is just like you need to do that frame by frame, roughly, in order to get your animation to work, whereas things like Unicorn Studio are going to go through the animation system and their motion system in like almost instantly. The things are animated by default and so on. And then what pisses me off about this specifically, because obviously we need to be specific here, um, our friends at Modify that are the reason why we have these shaders animation things. I mean, why we have the motion tabs and why we have the shaders, two different things. They used to be animated shaders by default. In anything that Modify was created or creating, you had the play button that had default animation for any of the shaders that you wanted to potentially use. So basically, when they acquired Modify, they said we're going to use shaders and motion inside of Figma, which is great. That's the thing that we wanted them to do with the acquisition. But then we ended up with static shaders and subpar motion tabs. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like from a motion designer point of view, it's lacking a ton of things. But then we should have had that motion tabs and the base animation that they had for every single shaders. And it's just it's not there, and that pissed me off. That should have been like from the acquisition should have been in there. So you know, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a weird thing to figure out exactly why. That's the thing that I was talking about. That jiggly thing right there and right there. Like we want the edges, we want the jiggle to be in there to sell the animation and to be able to get this exaggerated motion things. But apparently that's not an option. So I don't like it. I don't like it. Um, but we'll see. I mean, what it's gonna do for me is that we're going to have Ruru, hi, we're going in. How are you? We're going to have to do things not in a motion designer type of way, but mostly in a uh, I have to use Figma motion and therefore I'm going to do some work around. So for the smear is going to be the easiest thing that we have, and it's simply going to do this. So if you have like an element which will be the circle that smears, so we have this right there. The way to do your smear thing for the speed and so on is simply going to be this starts there. And then if we go into, I don't know, 600 milliseconds or something, it is the other way. So it travels there. So that's good. Our animation, we want the center to be kind of fast. So in order to achieve the kind of fast in the center, we need to get the S curve to be like this. So that when we go through, let me do a 650 milliseconds so that we can have that, right? It's kind of the idea. 600 milliseconds is not enough. But in order to do that and to make it work, we then need to ensure that from here, like 200 roughly, to I don't know, maybe 400, I guess. I mean, 400 is that's kind of bad, but like we want to have this, and then in the center of that animation, we need the scale here to be like very much longer. So we kind of want this to happen, which I apparently used the wrong key. So let's go 200 right there, add my dimension here, go at 350, add my dimension back, and then there in the middle, we want this to be like a lot bigger. So it has that smear thing. It's probably going to be better if I move it to here. Yeah, that give us that smear animation thing. But again, this is not how it's supposed to be happening. Like that is technically supposed to be just a bit of a transformation from the motion blur and other thing. And if you wanted to achieve this through a path animation, you would need to get like a bit of a weird system. Like everything is just so weird for me when it comes to creating these animation and these effects in ways that will make motion easy. Um, you would start somewhere around here and then get your initial starting point at 0 and your end trim at like, I don't know, 2% maybe. So you need these two to be animated, and that one is going to be at 2%. So you start there, and when it moves, so somewhere around here, you want your endpoint to be at 98 for your start point, and your endpoint here to be at 100, that it just travel through in a linear fashion. So that's, that's fine. But to get your smear to happen and to be good, you need to then change this to the ratio in between the two to be something that you can understand and you can change. Do I know these values? Can I read anything right there? Like, is this an accessible thing right there? Like, didn't I have, I don't know, enough space on the side to extend these? I understand that you wanted to have something that was like aligned with everything and that these are spaces for sub icons, but like I know I'm at the 100-ish or 10-ish or something. I don't have the ability to know exactly where I am in these things. Like it's just weird. So I it's yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing. So there is like so many quirks like this for me that kind of needs to have somehow like a bit of a better understanding or a simpler way of working so that it just makes sense and that we have like a god damn it, we have a more motion aligned system, so that it just works, but it's it feels wrong. It I don't know. The main system is kind of weird. And then the thing that I wanted to talk about last time is, let's say I wanted to duplicate that keyframe right here because it's supposed to be like the same value on both sides. I'm going to use my regular habit keys of using the option key and clicking on the keyframe and then click and drag. And when I do this, it just removes the fucking thing. To by Also, let me give you the keys. By clicking the option key or alt key and then click and dragging, I'm just removing the fucking thing. It makes no sense. The the thing that we have been using in terms of design, which is, when you press option, it creates a duplicate, doesn't work in motion, and that is just not making any sense because we've been used and trained with shortcuts for the past, I don't know, 50 years to get the motion right, and yeah, it's just like not an option. So that's a bit of a weird thing. And so in order to get that smear thing and get my motion blur in there, I had, and that pissed me off as well. I had to create um, a motion blur effect on this with uh, like proper sampling and so on to get the effect so that I can then have that animation to be on in the portion that it needs to be on. So if it's like somewhere around here, I will have my strength at like 62 here, and then somewhere around here is going to be back at 62. And so right there, it's going to be back at 0, and back here, it's going to be back at 0. So that we have like a proper transition while that happens, but it's not like proper motion blur in here. It's kind of weird. It does the job, but it's not something that I would have used in anyways. So it's everything is just so weird and non-working as expected as an Adobe After Effects user. It's just weird. So that's the thing. I don't know how to feel about it other than I'm disappointed, but also I'm pretty happy that we have motion in Figma. But I'm still disappointed that doesn't change anything. And it it could be great. It it could be something that was similar, if not identical, to what uh, Modify used to have. And now that we don't have, any of these things as expected, it's a bit of a weird thing. However, the fact that while the motion is happening, you do still have the ability to get into tweaking your distortion, tweaking your shaders, tweaking your things to get the effect that you want to have while the animation is working. This is really cool, but that's it. It's just really cool on the moment. Otherwise, it's not great. We've had better activities and better things. So yeah, feels high. What call it? So that's a thing. I don't know how to feel about it too much. I feel like there will be things that will be great, and there will be some very good motion design made. Congrats on landing. That means we land officially. Officially, that means we land. That's the deal. That's the deal. I'm not making it. Uh, I can see when I'm landing. Yeah, I'm not I'm not touching the target. Yep. Goddamn. Well, that the prophecy is wrong. The prophecy is wrong. Oh my god. Uh, we've seen things. I know that Figma has reposted one of them, I think. I've seen others. I don't remember if I liked it. I guess I didn't. Let me go fetch Figma. I don't know if they reposted it or if they did something else. Um, yeah, they haven't. This one was interesting in terms of shader. Like this is a paper peel shader. On top of that, there is another shaders. So it is interesting. There is a crosshatch / paper peel thing, which I guess is going to be useful in some situation, but it also like isn't the best representation of what it is, and I don't know. I have weird feelings about everything that they have created so far, and it's not bad, but it's just like something's missing, and something will be good. We will have some very good and talented people that will have the ability to create stuff. It's just Like, no shade on that person specifically, at the exception of the shader that they have used here. Everything that I can see there is stuff that we could have done with prototyping. Like the previous version of prototyping, even though a bit more pain in the ass, creating this, for example, having squares change sizes and rotate in between two frames, this is something that we've been able to do for the past 5 years. And this even more. And there is like no real benefits of using the motion tab over the prototype tab, other than the fact that these are looping animations, and therefore you can easily just have uh, a bit of a loop that happens. But yeah, that's it. So I don't know. I have feelings on the fact that most of the animations are going to be static and very much linear. So I'm like, ugh, if that was not the case, that might be a good thing. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Anyways, other than that, most of the animation features are just basics enough to make sense. I will say that also as a defense to Figma and not just being it's shit and don't use it, because it's pretty good. Um, I have a bit of a hard time right now figuring out what to animate. So if I had like proper IDs of what should be animated, how it should be animated, and so on, I may have like a different opinion on the animation features because I have stuff to do. But other than this, like that's yeah. Like I don't see myself use the motion tab anytime soon for any of the thing that I have, mainly because, as always, I am gonna be stuck kinda with the Figma file at the end of the animation and be like, okay, cool. So now what? Like now, what do I do? How is this good? What can I do? What can't I do? So I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I'm hoping again to see some people do some very cool animation things. Um, but since we can't really transform, it's going to be weird. Like I can potentially see myself use shaders distortion to trigger and trick animations to happen. Um, in the sense that, for example, if we had something along the line of, um, I guess, an eye thing that would be made out of two, not identical, but like two sections. So if I take the, also that pisses me off as well. Let me get that out of the way. If you are in the motion tab and you want to do some design stuff, as in editing the nodes and so on, you can't. If you want to duplicate the thing, you can. If you want to move the things around, you can. But if you want to just edit the node, you cannot. So you need to go back into the design tab to then get in, remove the points that you wanted to remove. So for me, I would like to remove that point and then these two anchor point because they are not what I want. And then same thing there. I need to remove that and then remove that so that we have two halves things. If I wanted from here to get, let's use a stroke, and if I wanted to have somehow the top section of the eye to just blink in, so that means it needs to do this, right? Kind of. And then the bottom section kind of needs to be there, but also I would love to have it cover the other section for some fucking reason, whatever. This is not gonna be an option. this is this is not gonna be an option whatsoever. It's gonna be pretty bad. So if we have something like this, and we take that underneath, and we say that this is black as well for some reason, right here, if I just blink it by doing this, this thing is not gonna be removed, so there is a need for a mask, or I can simply just remove that. But that idea is that if I get this with a distortion shader that I was talking about a second ago, simply just the chromatic aberration is going to be an option. If it is, which is not good, but also these things take so long to figure out. Also, there is no, I don't know why this is there. So that's, I guess it's because it's black. That's weird. But you would kind of want to get like a distortion to be placed in a different way to get that effect. And I don't know, it just feels like a waste of resources and option to get like the effect that you wanted to get. So I don't know. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave it. It's just like, in order to animate things properly, you would need so many more layers that you would have the need for if you could simply say, I want to move things around. Initiate work on it. So, for example, the base point is just, if you wanted to blink it, you just need this to happen. Like that's the action. It's just, this is right there, and then that point can move. And if you can move the point, then you can have some really cool effect that happens. But if you can't move that point as a point-by-point animation, then this is not good. And if I move into the motion tabs, I can't touch it anymore. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I wish in the animation tabs there was something like path distortion or something, but yeah, that's not the case. That is not the case. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't like it. I think the motion tool is useful for some very basic stuff, but then because it's for some very basic stuff, it's shit that we could do in the past with prototyping, and that's about it. Like the only one that I have right now that is something that we couldn't do before is basically this. The overall system of path animation is something that we didn't have access to in prototype before. But that is the only thing. The other stuff, like every single other stuff that we have in animation system, also apparently right now, this is weird. Position is something that you could do. You just had to make it in a two-frame situation kind of thing. Scale as well, rotation as well, and then size as well. I would say the only thing that is kind of better is the fact that rotation in animation is going to allow me to get true rotation. So if I have, I forgot if it's in there or if I did it on somewhere else. I probably did it somewhere else. God damn it. God damn it. I forgot. It's not gonna be there, is it? It can't be. Can't be. We have the vinyl rotation thing that I talked about last week. And I don't know where the fuck I put that. I should just search, that's what I should do. Um, which has a fucking, is it vinyl as in like this? Did I do that here? I doubt it. We did that there. That sounds like a me thing. Obviously, I'm not gonna find the thing in question. God damn it. But yeah, that's the only thing that I like about it is that we have some simplifications off. So that's the thing in question here. In order to get my rotation to be good and to behave properly, I had to um, basically make all of the steps, all of the things, and now I can just take this thing, go into motion, and add a regular rotation. So I can just change that instead of position. I just get rotation, and it's just gonna rotate 360 up to like a linear fashion. And let's say this is like a 1200 millisecond things. Simply by having done that, now it's rotating, and now we are good as long as I just say that this is 1200 fully rotating, and now it's infinite, and I don't have to think about it. So all of these variations there are kind of useless, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't achieve this in the past. Like right now, it's just easier, so that's a good thing. But that might be the only good thing. Like anything else is thing that we had, like the opacity thing, is stuff that you could have done with a component. The rotation, the size, the scale is thing that you could have done in a with a component as well. And mm, not not the greatest. And technically speaking, if you wanted to go from uh, the disk is present and the disk is not present, like on hover, it just comes out and then starts rotating. You can have your delay like based on your hover animation thing, but that's just like that's fine. That's something that we could do in prototyping again or already earlier. So that's the thing for me. It's just like it feels fine, but it feels like a subpar feature um, because we could do everything else before. But then again, advocating for the other side, like I always do, I may be one of the most power user of Figma in existence, meaning that I have the ability to do whatever the fuck I want within Figma that most people wouldn't think about in the first place. So you've seen me do things that shouldn't be done in Figma. And that's basically what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm good in Figma. I'm just saying that I use Figma for everything. And therefore my brain goes into, we could do that before because I know how to do the things weirdly, but it works. And now it might be a bit better. Um, but that's it. Like there is things that I wish we had if I go into um my community profile and I go into the buttons, the regular button thing, for that thing to work and for that thing to be done in motion, meaning that that button is clickable and it has that effect, I wouldn't be able to trigger this in a way that makes sense using motion. Like this is something because it has um, a click to start animation thing, then it still needs to have like two stages of motion. I need to have a version of that button that is just this thing, and then a variant of that button that does the animation and then goes back, and that would be using the motion tab. But is it necessary? Like I'd already have it working here with prototyping, and this is something that I published. Um, Also, I can't collapse this. That icon should be the other one. God damn it. This is something that I published in 2024, so 2 years ago, and it's still like I don't see how motion is going to help for this one specifically. However, on this, yeah, I get it. Like 100% in there, the motion timeline is going to be way more beneficial. But then again, we we did that. uh, we did that in 2022, 2023 maybe, and without any motion features. It's just like we had animation, and we could have the rays in the background to be animated with one single thing. We could have the lightning to be animated as well with like a simpler option. But that's it. Like the rest is just simple rotation here and there. So we can simplify Dapshi, hi, what on it? But it's just not like the type of thing that we cannot do or could not do in the past. So that's the thing. Um Anyways, congrats on landing. Goddamn. Goddamn. Hugo, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? Dapshi, I had something for you. Oh yeah, I had that for you. God damn it. This is gonna be useful for you, I guess. I guess. I found a repo that contains an exercise data sets with videos and GIFs and things. Um, so I don't know if this, you know, uh, obviously it's saying that it's prohibited and shit, but at least if you have access to these, could be a base for motion and other things. So that's a good thing. Also, congrats on landing. Um, I know. What I'm saying is that here, let me uh let me phrase it in a way that makes sense. If you have this, and I know this is potentially bad, I wish they had like some examples and shit. If you feed that into I don't know, VO3 um Imogen things, you could generate a video based on this thing with another style and something that matches the rest of your app, because you have the exercise, you have the set, you have the things, but it doesn't look the same as all of these things. So that was the idea. This thing contains 1,000 exercises, which I think is pretty good. But then again, based on what you had told me earlier, the fact that this app for you is not just fitness and exercises, I get it. But still, potentially something that is useful, can be reused, can be fed toward things. Um, so yeah, depending on the output, you could probably get things out of it, which would be good. So that's the thing. And so initiate, I think I saved this one for that reason specifically. This is one of the thing that is in the motion tab right now. And like basically the entire thing is just shaders on top of. And so if you want to do the distortion and the jiggly thing that I was talking about earlier, you would need to place like some shader transform properly to achieve some of these things. And I don't know if that makes any sense. Um, again, I'm not against it, but it just feels weird to have to resort to all of these stuff to get your animation and your motion to be working properly. But then again, it's fun. Like it's a, you can create things that are cool. The usability of it feels like a not so good system, but yeah. Other than that, I don't know. I fear that this is not necessarily going to be the best feature in its current state. In its current state, that's the most important thing. Um, so yeah, that's um, that's the thing. Um, I still know how to use Figma, but not entirely. That's the stuff I uh like. It's fine. Uh, the main goal for today was to potentially do this. I don't know if I want to. Uh, like all days, to just go through everything, but also, I don't know. It feels like potentially not necessary thing to do. I don't, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe that's the goal. But yeah, other than that, the other features that they have announced are not available. So the code blocks are not available. The shader stuff is what pisses me off the most for many reasons. um, but the main thing is in order to get your shaders to work and in order to get your effect to be working and so on, you need to pass through the AI agents. And that what doesn't sit right with me right now, because as mentioned in Figma Pro seat, so the seat that I have, I'm getting 3,000 credits per month. I burned through 3,000 credits in 2 days when there was the Makeathon like contest that they were doing, which means that if I'm getting 3,000 credits and I use these features, most of the features that they have announced with the AI agents that are pretty good, I am out of credits in about 2.5 days if I'm kind of conservative in my usage. But it's not like it's never gonna be uh, done in 2 days. I'm always gonna need like a lot more than 3,000 credits. So that means that because I need to use the agent to create a shader, it's just like not gonna be good enough for me to be able to achieve what I want to achieve. And when it comes to like the proper creations of stuff, so let's say I'm just adding a big shaders for uh, lens distortion, which is going to be weird, but it's going to be fine. And no distortion, but just having the aberration so that it just does something interesting. I don't know if this is going to still animate properly. Apparently it doesn't. So that's uh, a bit of a weird system. Um, like I want this to be animated, but it's not animating how it's supposed to. So that's a weird thing. Um, Yeah, this is not good. Anyways, um, so that these shaders are going to go through the AI stuff. I'm going to burn through tokens. Everyone is going to burn through tokens as fast as they can. And then we're going to be stranded in, we can't use it. And therefore, Figma is going to make a lot of money because, it makes sense. But yeah, that's basically what my outputs kind of feedback on the whole config thing is. Terracon, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Um, so yeah. Um, you can make A look like a pen. Why? Oh, the last A is drawing everything and then slitting as uh, I don't know. This feels weird, but yeah, I could, I could do that. Yes. We were melting last week. We are less melting today, but we are still gonna be melting next week again. So yeah, I get it. I get it. But yeah, my main gripe is this. It's just like we are forced to use the AI agent and we can't really create shaders differently. Shaders cannot be animated, so that's kind of bad. And I mean, they can be animated through the motion tabs, but that's about it. And then through the entirety of the presentation that they've made, the thing has always been um, we have this new feature, it's pretty good. It's a bit of a complex thing, so you can ask the AI agents to do it for you. And just that is, again, telling me the same thing. They just want you to use the AI agents because they know how expensive is going to be. Um, as we mentioned for the past few months now, the cost of using AI models have been subsidized so much that everything that was cheap in the beginning has been more and more and more expensive. And the tokens that um, Anthropic was selling to Figma have probably doubled or tripled in price, and therefore your AI tokens within Figma are gonna double, triple in price again when they release like a new model that is more expensive to run and so on. So all of that means that they are kind of training you right now into using the tools. And once you can't really use the tools anymore, well, you're kind of fucked and you can't do anything about it. So it goes back to what happens to me. That's it's a very personal thing and it's very true. But the reason why I kind of stopped building my own app is because the price of tokens and the price of Cursor and other AI models that helped me build the thing is just too much. Like it went for from $400 per year unlimited to $400 2 days of activity. So it's just not feasible anymore to sustain that thing. And that pushed me into two directions, as I mentioned before. Um, that is either I stop working, which is good for me. I love to be on vacation, but also it's not great for the business in question. Or I just learn how to code, which is also not good for me because it pisses me off most of the times. But it's like the two options that I have. And I'm basically just in that pool of I need to learn how to code and to do the things by hands in order to be not dependent, but I'm already so dependent because I didn't have any skills before that it's just like impractical and almost impossible for my mental model to just uh, go in and figure out how to learn the thing. So it's a weird system. It's a very weird system. Um, Also, by the way, Fields, I have done a thing yesterday. This is probably going to break things on stream because of how Framer works. But um, I've been working on my agency kind of landing page thingy. Not really, but kind of. Um, and I've added something for the Yorker project specifically, which right now this thing didn't load, where I think is pretty cool. So in the in the main Yorker project things, I've added this section, which I guess I need to make it a bit smaller, where we have a proper side by side of what you came to me with and the current design that we ended up with. And I think this is a pretty cool I think this is a pretty cool presentation to see like the real difference and having the ability to just compare in the fact that well the sidebar which was the servers is now at the top. I get that the section on this size is now like more on here. And so this is a pretty simple system which I think works. I think it's a neat presentation. It might need to be like kind of fixed in a way that it's not like full screen like this because this is kind of much, but it's still pretty nice. It's still pretty nice. So I don't know when I will drop that on the official page on my side, but at least I thought that this was a pretty good thing. And compared to Stony, because I can't do that with Stony, I had taken a screenshot of the first thing that you came on the stream with. And so that is what I wish I had this from Stony from the 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, first stream when he came in and can you take a look at this? Because at that time I wasn't yet dropping the VODs on YouTube, I think. So I don't think I have a recording of it. And that's kind of sad. Or if I do, it's in one of the VODs and I don't know when it is. I could technically go back in and check on here maybe if I go into my playlist for the past VODs um there and then we go into the other way around, like probably, but like these are 2 years ago, which doesn't feel like this is the correct thing. uh, yeah, that is more like a proper things. But then even there, this is 4 years ago, which means that it's probably gonna be around that time. But I don't know which one it is. And that's the sad part. I would need to rewatch the entirety of the thing to figure out when we started talking uh, about Stoney's project and see what we've done in there. And I don't have any thumbnails that give me an idea of when that happened. But even then, I don't think this is good enough, like far enough in time for me to be able to go there and then take a screenshot of that. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. A lot of people have been dropping today, so maybe yes, Mizzy, welcome on in. Um, but yeah, like in all of that, there is probably something where I could take a screenshot from for Stony specifically, but it's just like never in place. So we'll see. We will see. Feels you might just miss the target based on that angle. I think Yeah, buy a hair. God damn. So sad. So sad. um, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not making it either. Like that's not an option. That's not an option. But yeah, I do like the concept of having the side by side um view of the before and after, and then I'm trying to, not really. I'm trying to create some marketing materials slash images that I can then reuse and showcase for the Yoka project. So this one was interesting. I need more. I've had um like I don't have a lot of IDs, to be honest. But it kind of needs to happen uh, in order to make things make sense. And that pissed me off. But yeah, it needs to happen. But yeah, other than that, that was a thing, a small thing for you specifically that I did. So yeah, I don't. So Hugo, I don't think Macromedia is back because Macromedia was better. That's the sad part. Um, they have tried to do the Figma thing, and that once again pissed me off. As I said at the beginning of the stream, this is me ensuring that I will never be working with Figma ever again because of the amount of trash that I'm talking about their new features and new stuff. So we know at this point, why not just lean into it and just say that we will never get an opportunity ever again? It's fine. The like the main issue that I have is that it is taking an existing features from an existing app, aka After Effects, Jitter, um, Macromedia, and all the other things, and making it the Figma way, and they are missing 60% of the features that make the initial one so good. And and it's limiting you in ways that it shouldn't be limiting you, and the output is not as good, and therefore what's the point? Like that is the current situation, at least for me, where we've been asking for things for the past I guess 10 years since it launched in 20. I mean, it inception in 2013, launched for the public in 2016. I've been using it since 2018. So for me, just 8 years. But we've been asking for percentage in sizes, like percentage of the page in sizes, rems and ems, um, fractional things. Being since the Viable have been a thing, the ability to get the numbers for the opacity as a viable and the color as a viable as well, because these are two distinctive things, but for some fucking reason they can't do that. And we've been asking this for the past, like, I would say 4 years, just to be sure. Um, and instead of doing the thing that the community is asking for, they are still doing things that we have no fucking interest in. And that's weird to me. That's weird to me. So, same here for the motion tab. We've been asking for motion within Figma, so that's a good thing that they have listened. I am not gonna lie about that. This is true. We like it. It's something that we wanted, and now we have it. So that's great thing. But they did it the Figma way, and therefore we have things in there that just don't make sense. Um, the thing that I mentioned earlier, using Alt to duplicate a keyframe like we can do in any other motion app, it just deletes the keyframes. That makes no sense. The ability to change your keyframe easing, like you can do in After Effects, is somewhere else, and it's not like a keyframe by keyframe thing. It's in between two keyframes. Here are the transition that you can have. and you can go into something that is custom, but it's not like as good as other motion apps. Again, I'm not asking them to recreate entirely motion design in After Effects, but I'm just, as always, stating the fact that it should kind of be at a level that the market is expecting, and right now that's not the case. So it's a weird thing. I do like the concept. I do like the direction in which they are going, but I do feel like they are going to make a lot of mistakes. And in order to avoid that, we are going to need a lot of work from them, and that's gonna take a while. That is going to take a while, that's for sure. If you're talking about the graphite, uh, I'm gonna say code is sort in order to have the thing. If you're talking about this for GitHub alternative, right? Is that that's the thing that they want to do? If I remember correctly, like they if that's the one question. I have heard of it. I haven't used it. You're talking about the vector drawing app, which is different. So I don't think I have. Or maybe I have. I haven't. um, I haven't. That's an interesting thing right there with a bit of a, that's a, that's a, and now it's broken. God damn it. Procedural toolbox for 3D content creation. Graphite is free open source vector graphics editor and animation engine available now in alpha. Creative with a fully non-destructive editing workflow that combine layer-based compositing with node-based generative design. That's an interesting system. It looks very Adobe-like. Not saying that it's a bad thing, but it might be a bad thing. Um, get me the hell on the other side, goddammit. Don't tell me that I can, do that if you don't give me the option, goddammit. Um, the motion things based on what Figma is doing is the section that kind of would need to be specified and explored to see if it's the same thing. I do like the vector node system. I think the node editors for anyone that is like yourself, kind of understanding how nodes in Blender, nodes in other tools are working is going to be something that is pretty useful because you can just do some animations and some things in there that makes sense. But when I'm looking at this, I'm like, is this really good? I don't know. Maybe the presentation in the example that they have is not the best option or the best representation of what the tools is capable of. Most of the presentations are not as good. Like this is clean, but that's it. It's just clean. But this is something that is pretty nice based on the affected tools with the patterns that is animated in background, and then the grid in question that is just like reacting to probably some sort of an alpha lock things. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. I would need to take a look at it. I'm just not the biggest fan of the interface so far, based on the fact that it's very much Photoshop and Adobe related, which is good for people that have the knowledge. But it's just dated and might be overwhelming for some people. So I might need to check it out. But yeah, That's good. I mean, again, this is a very good thing for open source, having the ability to get something that is not Adobe and not Figma is probably going to be a good thing as well. But it looks very open source. I know. I know. It does. It looks very open source on its own. I do think that it's going to be pretty useful with time. It's going to get better, so that's a good thing. Um, and the fact that it has something that are very much Illustrator based is a good thing. But yeah, I don't know. I would need to test it out. Right now, this is not something that I know enough about. That's for sure. That is for sure. Yes, I have signed up for the Figma beta. I haven't heard shit. And as I mentioned before, based on the fact that I've, until like basically the time that I worked with Figma directly, I had a pretty good relationship with Figma itself and the employees, and they had like, we had chats, it was good, all that. But for some reason, since that happened, um, I'm not getting any replies from the Figma teams. And even when I tweeted them, I'm not getting any replies. So I might have been placed on a blacklist on their end that just makes me not eligible for the bidders and things. So I haven't heard from the bidder teams to be involved in it. But yeah, that's I'm speculating. I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of weird that I used to be able to send a DM to any Figma employees and get a reply in about a day, and it's been a month. I have direct tweeted at some of them. I have DM'd some of them. Nothing. So yeah. Um, I mean, if you want to, yeah. I do think it's an interesting thing. Again, I'm also in the truest of truth of I contacted them on Twitter, and they usually pretty much reply almost instantly to most people, including in DMs, and I haven't heard back. So we'll see. Not that I care about it, but I would love to. I would love to get access to the betas. Yes, for sure. Um, and we'll see. We'll see. But so far, no update from the Figma team, and I think um, is it like dash betas slash betas, that thing? Yeah, I have requested early access already and haven't heard back, so it's fine. I have requested access with the um like with the closely involved to provide feedback. Um, so I have that, but yeah, which again implies other things than just I just want access. Um, because I do think that just wanting access just doesn't make any fucking sense. But for me, heavily involved is the thing that I want to have. Like I really want this. Or if it's from today, then fine. Then let's just wait for the betas at least. Um, maybe you know I've received an email while while the stream has started, and I doubt it, but we never know. Um, yeah, I did it. I didn't. But yeah, I have applied at least for this to get direct involvement because I do think that having someone like myself, as always, that is a bit of a controversial power user is a good thing to keep them in check, but I don't think this is gonna happen. um, but yeah, that's the so far that's where we stand. I do have the I do have the Figma uh, beta app on my computer. I don't use it often, so I'm probably gonna have to re-log in again, knowing them. Yep. As always, I just need to fucking log in. Apparently, I needed also to update. But yeah. But I do have access to the agent, if that's what you're talking about. Um, and I think that's about it on the features that are like requested ish. What I want to have access to be honest, is the 3D transform and the code layers. Like these two are the things that I need to test. The agent in FigJam and Figma Slide, I don't really give a shit. Um, Mainly because I don't use FigJam or slides in any way, shape, or form. So it might be good, but it's also like limited anyway, so I don't see the point. Um, but I would love to get access to at least the testing and the feedback system so that I can give them a lot of feedbacks on the thing that needs to be implemented and updated and so on. But yeah, so far, not a lot of updates when it comes to this thing. And the files themselves and the thing that we have access to within the beta is the same as far as I know. So yeah. Stony, hi, what on? I did a thing on the landing page for you, Stony, but I don't like it as much. But it's similar. I went through this thing and redid that and have something with the new agent stuff to see if it was worth it to go through that system, but it's not. It is not as good, uh, but it's something. So you know that's an option. I still think that this is the best option that we have so far, and just reusing that is good. The thing that you had done here is kind of wild, but I get it. um, I think there are still like things that are potentially pretty good. Going back to Hugo, your question about the betas, I have access to the Figma agent in the Canva thing, and in there, it's just like it's not necessarily good in the sense that, for example, I asked for this, saying that I had this landing page that I wanted to use as a base, basically, and it didn't really follow through the entirety of what is in there. Um, so that's a weird thing. And then it didn't really look at the entirety of the page and or um, the section. So it's fine, but it's not the greatest. Um, which oh yeah, no, that integration I do love it. Um, I did it. No, not yet. Not yet. Um, I don't think we have a check for update shit again. Uh, so that. um, at least not on the main page. So that's a thing. Also based on what Stoney is talking about, because that's important. That's that it picked the perfectly appropriate icon from the Mom UI kit for the integration, and I think it's what needs to be in there. I think you need to keep it, Stoney. I think you need to keep it. I know why it selected it, but yeah, I like it. Um, yeah, it is. That's the that's what it is. That's why it's fun. Um, Basically, because there is plug in the name, your model just said, "Oh yeah, uh, that is definitely plugins." Yeah, for sure. You should keep it. You should keep it. It would. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I don't think we have in the system ones. I don't think we have any icons that could be appropriate for plugins. Like I don't know plugins and integrations. Integrations is add-on roughly. So the thing that we're using most of the times is the collection from medias, which I just pass. But like this is the icon that I use most of the time for integration. Um, and it kind of works. It's not the best, but it kind of works. It's just like collection, and that's fine. If you wanted something else, I don't think we have anything else that could be uh, as integration, maybe in devices where we take some of the servers and shit, like that could be a thing. So things like adding drives could, like shit like this, but also this is hard drive, so it doesn't feel like an appropriate thing for integration. So that's why I'm like, I don't think this would work. I don't uh I don't like it. The best, again, the best option from my point of view is just like uh the collection one, or you can go into the package. Like packages is an option for integration, like additional thing. But I don't think you have them as packages, so that's the other thing that I'm like, it's not gonna work as much. But you know, that's about it. Other than that, I don't think we have any other thing that could potentially be implemented and used as integration. So collection, or keep this, keep it. It's yeah, it's good. It is good. Um, but yeah, I didn't. Let me just kill the app and then reopen it to see if it gives me anything. Um, which I doubt, but we never know. We never know if things are gonna pop off at some point. I will click on that links. Maybe. Did I turn into a slideshow? What happened? Something happened. Something happened. It's crazy. I This is what is breaking? Why is it breaking so much? I just opened Figma. I know. I disappeared. I see how broken things are. I see myself as a slideshow. It's Figma's fault. It's Figma's fault for sure. For sure. That's a weird thing. That's a weird system. Sorry. uh, so I'm guessing if I go on chat, we should see chat messages. I guess. I can send a message as a bot, which is interesting. If that works, I don't know if that works. Um, you have commands, you have event responses, pipeline. This is an interesting thing. Timers is good. Quote is good. Code script is good. I don't know who made your icons, but they are pretty neat. They are pretty neat. You know, they pretty nice. And barely anything is working. I see. I see. God damn it. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Less heat on your end, I guess. Um, Channel points economy is an interesting thing. This is an interesting thing. I will need to dive into this a bit more. Game within this is an interesting thing as well. As well, yeah. Song request with the music system. This is not for most people. I don't think a lot of people are still using common platforms for music, at least in the people that don't care or that do care about the MCAs. But for other people, that's fine. Yeah. This is interesting. TTS system is nice. TTS system is nice. I agree. Having the ability to get overlays is neat. Alerts is neat. We need to rename shit. But that's okay. It's fine. We can deal with that. I just saw that tooltip is a bit not great. Analytics is interesting as well. What does work though? That's gonna be my question because you said nothing, barely anything works. What actually work other than just maybe just the UI is working and that's fine. That's the thing. If you have something. Also, yeah, I've been seeing the porter split AC thing in Germany available and in Italy available as well. That all right, I can log in. I did log in. That's pretty good. Ah, goddamn. So the porter split, I'm gonna go back there because it makes sense for most people. That thing has been out of stock everywhere for the past 2 weeks because of the bans and so on, which is good. I see some people getting access to them. In Italy, there is a lot of them. Um, and I think my neighbors behind me has one. I'm not sure. It feels the reason why I'm saying this is because the unit that is outside of their home is very similar and has a very similar cable. Not that I care, but it looks very much the same. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It is in Germany at 9.99 for the 12,000 BTU thing, and at 738, I think, or at least from for the French, it's 738 for the 8,000 BTU. And in Italy, for some reason, I don't know why that happens, but it happened. They were at 500 bucks like last week. And the reason why I know about this is because on Xiangsu, which I'm probably going to be not logged in again, um, there are a ton of people in the people that I follow, and also the because it's pulling from around me, a ton of Chinese people that are just as much as me, trying to find that unit specifically. And the people in Germany are getting it. The people in Italy are getting it. The people in France are not getting it, which is pretty interesting. Um, but most importantly, I've seen the size of the box, and I understand why they are not delivering the thing. Because goddamn, you need a truck to get it to your place. Like it's crazy. It's just the thing is the size of me. So it's a given. I'm not that big, but it is the size of me. And I wouldn't be able to put it in my elevator, probably, other than putting it outside of the box downstairs and then putting the unit in the elevator without the box itself. Like, that's probably the only option that I have. But the thing is, like, 45 kilos. So, not that heavy, but kinda. And yeah. Um yeah, it's a, it's interesting. I mean, the outside unit is not that heavy. I think the outside unit is like a third of the weight because the unit inside is still kind of fine. But yeah. And from the video that I've seen here, which I'm gonna see if I can log in as always. This bitch is just pissing me off. I don't understand why it's always just pulling me out of getting or being logged in. Because it should be easy. Um but yeah, overall it's just god dang. It also sounded like it is louder than expected. So that's another thing, which I thought it would have been something that is roughly silent or silent-er, and apparently it is not. Again, like I just log in, what the fuck do I see? The border split. Uh, it, just the Chinese are all over the place for this thing. It's crazy, but it's interesting. Um, but yeah, there was like a picture of someone in Italy that was taking a picture of the truck that is delivering them, and it was like a full truck loaded with just the box of the Porter Split, which is very interesting, and that's probably the reason why it is 500 bucks in Italy right now. But then again, I wouldn't do the trip of like just getting into Italy with like the goal of getting one of these, getting into Germany, why not? But like, goddamn, um, it's crazy. It's crazy. Um, was was is a weird thing. Um, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's that heavy anyways. It is heavy, but it's fine. And based on the fact that it is $1,000, if I just pay someone that is kind of cheaper in the cheap side, which is a bit not a thing, but it could happen, and I get a worker to come in and drill a hole on my wall and then install real AC with an outside unit that will be more silent than the portal split. It's gonna cost me $2,000 maybe, so twice the price, but then I'm done forever. And I guess this is probably gonna have to happen. Um, and yeah, it's probably gonna be the thing. So we'll see. We'll see. Um, what do you mean Twitch permission needed? This is such a weird thing. This is such a weird system. Um, I thought I just logged in with it. So, anywho. But yeah, no, Stoney, if that works, this is pretty cool. And if we have stuff in there that can be implemented, then that's a nice system. I would love to see this. I would love to see something happens. Does it does it send? It doesn't send. um 10K is a lot. Yeah, 10K is a lot. What I've seen is that the Mars, work on it. Good morning to you too. Is that a regular unit that is like a bit on the more design um, side is probably going to cost like 800, $900 in total. And the the work hours is in Paris specifically is what cost the most. So we end up with very much things that are fine. Like shit like this are going to be 800, $900 ish. And then if you want something that is a bit more good, shit like this. I would love to get one of these, like the full the full system for offices and shit that is supposed to like be wild and very, very um efficient for small spaces or bigger space. That would be great. And then shit like this as well. This is the part that is the most annoying, where I need to figure out exactly the dimension because my balconies don't exist. So I only have like a very, very, very limited amount of space, and most of these things are kind of too big for what it is. So I need the slimmest of slimmest, and then ensuring that the thing is just working in place, not too loud. And yeah, like most of this, if I go into the shopping section, obviously is going to be in yen, but that is the combo here is 75 or 65K, which is $500 in total, roughly, kinda, not really. So that's pretty fine. This one is 135, so that's like 800-ish, 900-ish. And it's the combo with the outside unit and inside unit, so that's cheap enough, at least from my point of view. It's cheap enough. But then I'd go with some shit like this for no reason. Reason I'm a designer. That's that's it. That's the reason. Um, but yeah, that's a good thing. And then I will trust the Japanese uh, for the AC. Like as I mentioned last time, I will trust like um the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, for building ACs that work. I will trust Chinese, Japanese, Korean, like Asian countries, Thailand as well, for if they have like brand name that they build there, I would trust that they have things that are pretty good. So if I were to buy one, I would probably get a Japanese one. Japanese or Chinese one, just for the sake of I know how hot it can get there, and therefore I trust them. Compared to here, if we had like a French brand, I mean, I would never trust the French, but if we had a French brand of ACs, I would not trust them because I'm like, you don't have any experience. Like you don't know what heat is. You have experience with the buildings that we are putting them in, but you don't know what a heat country is. That's not gonna work. So yeah. Why would it work? I don't know, Sony. Maybe you had made something that works. That's why that's what I tried. um, if we don't do that, if we don't take a look at what is supposed to work and doesn't work, visually speaking, I think this is okay. There are stuff in there that could be implemented better, specifically in like the full screen section. But it's like obviously right now it's going to be covered a bit on the side, but that's we don't care about that. This sidebar is good enough. Like it's not big. It's not too big that it's distracting. So that's a good thing. Um, the command section might be a bit wide, but that's just like it's fine. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's just like a very simple thing. So these are really good. I would say you have some sort of an inconsistencies here and there where the event response has a toggle on the left side and the comments has a toggle on the right side. And then I think you have another one with your timers that have or other thing that I've seen earlier. What the fuck? Basically, you have the toggles, the switch that is switching side often, and that could be fixed. You obviously have been using the Material UI thing based on these inputs. So, why not? But still, why? Um, but this is an interesting system. And yeah, there is like a consistency issue here and there in what can be done, how should it be done, why, and so on. But then you said that you were mostly focused on the. You said, where the fuck is that message? Right there. Focused on the player libraries, making a shit ton of tests for them and fixing some bugs, also doing large refactoring of the media server code. So the bot has been working on autonomous mode without proper steering. I see. So basically you haven't been working on that and it's just Claude is working on that on its own as an autonomous thing. I mean, Claude or whoever you're using. as an autonomous agent on the background or in the background. That's fine. That's fine. Um, I just see a lot of things that piss me off, but that's me. The main thing right here is the most flagrant. That's very French. Obvious thing for me is why twice? Title be once, not title be twice. We already have it on the sidebar, having it here on top. Like I get it, but still, goddamn, that's the type of thing that would be changed from me. Um, but yeah, other than that, if at some point it works, which is the point, um, is a good thing. It's a good thing. So we'll see. We'll see if we have access to that. I don't know which one you're using. I'm not logged in right now. I mean, I'm not logged in. I am logged in, but I'm not opened. Um, which uh, which is it? Dash app dash design? No dash? I forgot. I know you said something, but yeah, interesting that I see that. Um, main doesn't mean shit to me. Is main this or is main app? I'm guessing it's dash nothing, but yeah. Also the fact that it has like it's telling me that these things are supposed to go up, which doesn't exist, and that's not the case. Um, like this is just so wild. So, but also 392 commits that um, this is this is wild. This is wild. So where the fuck is this? They are here. They, I will clone fresh. Yeah. My God. That's a lot of thing. That's a lot of thing. Cool. That's cleaner. And you're saying that the Dash app and Dash design don't exist anymore? That's what you're saying? So good. Good. At least we have a clean thing. Um, I also would need to. For Yorker hasn't been on that in a while, and then I haven't touched this in a while either. Too late. It's been removed. Yeah, I don't know what's in there. Not that I care, but let me Z for once. Oh, maybe not Z for once, I guess. um, which one would be the thing? Because you're using Compose. You're using Compose? Sorry. Sorry. Really? Really? All right, cool. Um, it's yeah, I need that structure feels so wrong that I will need to like I would not have a choice. I will need to use any AI agents to just figure out exactly how which files I'm supposed to look at because otherwise this is just not gonna work in my head to have like a mental model of what is supposed to be in there. So yeah. Um well potentially take a look at it at some point. I don't know. But yeah, might. That's where we are. It's gonna be a big ass might. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Eh, eh. Again, right now, because I again we are entering on this app with something that is existing that is going to be useful, but I also have some issues with um like in order for me to help on this, I need to be able to have like a mental model of the entirety of the thing in a way that is making sense, obviously, but also in a way that answer the why are we building this feature specifically for each of the features. So that alone is going to be a bit of a complicated thing, and I doubt that the bot is gonna have the answers um, by now. Like potentially, if I started from scratch, I could have asked the things, but in the long run, it's probably not gonna like right now. It's probably not gonna have the options to explain that. Um, Not entirely, at least. So yeah. Um, like first thing that I would fix is let me just open every sidebar thing so that I can read everything and so that I can know what is in all of these things because god dang, um, you know, it might not help me, but it might help the agent if I have access to an agent that can read things. Um, like it could be good. Let me open code this because that way I can just ask question to the latest thing is probably going to need to update itself. I have a feeling that's just a smidge of a feeling, you know. um, so that might help. Um, that might. The fact that open code is free, I'm always very impressed, and the fact that they are providing models as free is also very impressive. And I am grateful that they exist for when I don't have any tokens left. Not that it's the best option, but as a starting point, DeepSeek V4 is pretty good, and it might be a bit like slower at times, but it gives me some pretty good uh, stuff when I'm stuck. So That's a starting point, which I like. Uh, but yeah, I need more information about this thing. I need to understand all the features, how it works, and so on. Um, but please keep doing it. Just don't say it too loud based on my experience with Cursor. The fact that I told them that I had access unlimited, and then and then 2 months later, then they basically just removed me from the unlimited access. That hey, that's my fault. If I just shut the fuck up, they would not have known. But I just said it, and yeah. This is gonna take a while. Um, yeah, but it's nice that you figured out a way to get access to it. I don't know exactly how you did it. Not that I would be able to do anything about it on my own side, but yeah, if you have unlimited, that's pretty cool. Is it like linked to your account, or is it something that is just you are pointing to something that is just returning true, and therefore you just have access? Um, and technically, if you have access, maybe you have access to other things, like other models and shit. I don't know. Maybe they have a model that hasn't been released that you have access to. You know, kind of sort of on it. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? This bitch is taking ages though. Um, and yes, it should cost zero. It is a free thing. It's supposed to be free. Um, it's just Opus 4.8. That's pretty good already. You know, I mean, that's a pretty good thing. Um, all right. Damn, bitch. Chill, chill. They chill. Maybe they don't. God damn. All right. Um. So, switch authentication job is good. Encryption. Using Helix is good. That makes sense. I mean, it's the main thing from Twitch, so we are okay with that. Chat system is good. Pipeline makes sense. With visual pipes, that's good. Sending time messages, banning things. Oh. Um, do you have in your vision, do you have the vision of a pipeline that would auto ban and auto timeout things? Because that could be neat. Um, that could be neat. Which basically I need to do that as well, but like that's yeah. Um, that that could be an interesting system. Command makes sense, moderation makes sense, which is basically in the pipeline kind of thing. I guess you could potentially condense things in there. The economy is an interesting system. I do like the system of economies within sub channels, just because it's fun to have a sub currency that is not the channel points, but still allow users that are here a ton to get the things. So that's a good thing. I like it. I like it. Music is not something that I would use, but it's fine. Other people do. TTS is an interesting system. You do need to have some sort of uh, an integration from the creator slash broadcaster account. Like it's not something that is for you. So that's I mean, paid by you, paid by other system. Um, All would just make sense. Integrations is good. Question is yeah. Bring your own key is a good system. I'm saying bring your own key every time, but I think C is credentials in that department, right? I think. um, yeah. Federation is weird because I don't understand it. But fine. Webhooks makes sense. Event store is weird. Extensibility, this is the sandbox testing thing, so that's not something that I care about. Billing makes sense. Frontend makes sense. What? Cool. Is it working right now? Properly connected to the features. That's gonna be the question. Dapshi, so this is the Twitch all-in-one platform bot thing that Stony is hinted about 3 months ago. No, 2 months ago. And kind of has been building it through agents only, which is interesting. But it's yeah, it's not really working, and the design is debatable. It's fine, but it's debatable. Uh, like I'm seeing shit like this. Look at how not centered this bitch is. It's it really, really. AI is just like every time there is a drop down button, it is just never centering the thing where it needs to center the thing. It's crazy. I don't understand. I don't understand. Anyways, so it is, yes, it is kind of Stoney's work to an extent, and it's just it needs to be better. It needs to be plugged in, and it needs to work in order to make it good. But yeah, I'm just making sure using open code and their free model to check what is in that whole system, and because I'm not reading the code, that is not an option. That's never gonna happen. And then because it's Stoney's design, they decided to use the very nice icon for the integration, so we like it. I am very much in an agreement with that icon for integration. I think this is the best choice. It integrates. It integrates. Okay, it's making a lot of sense. It's making a lot of sense. It's it is. I mean, it's called plug, so obviously that's what happened. It's so plug. It's at call. That's on the list. Um, it goes. I don't think I have. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Let me go into furnitures. I think is the place that I need to be on. So design files, somewhere around here, furnitures. Um, we may need an icon for lube. Uh, that's not a. I mean, we do have lotion. We could use that. We could use that for the lube. Yeah. Um, can use both. Can use both. Now that yeah, it works. Forget about it. We do have lubes, so good. um, so in the app compose app, properly connected. Okay. Mm. All right. Um, it does say that everything is working though, so that's the it is the version that is live, the latest version, because hmm, it does say that it works, which I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Otherwise, we would have some chat things. Um, but if I think for 1 second, that's done. I thought. If I think for a minute to about the design of this thing, the features that you want to have, and so on, this layout is the best option. Like we don't need a new navigation system. The design of this might be changed based on my usual stuff. I feel like the system is already in place to have a very simple layout. So that's a good thing. Thinking about Stream Element as not an alternative, but like a similarity platform, that interface makes sense. And it's the same thing. So you have the ability to do the thing that I was talking about earlier, which is just opening all of the sections and seeing where you want to go. So that's a good thing. And then when you go in timers, you end up with the same thing as trim element. So that's, it's it makes sense. Probably the implementation that you have is based on Stream Elements uh environment and stuff because it probably got trained on that, so that's a good enough thing. Um but that's a new system. That's a very AI generated thing. Obviously, that's the name, but goddamn. Um, that's a thing for your own, maybe at some point. Could. I don't know. Anyways, um, so the layout is good. That's all I'm saying, basically. Layout is fine. Color wise, I feel like this might not be the best option. I doubt. Yep, I was right. Um, so uh, so that's a potential stuff to change. Um, there might be a size issue where a 10% increase in the overall content might help. I usually go at 25, but 25 feels too big, so 10% might be a bit better. Um, this is fine as well, but it's just like it's good if you have um, like a very specific type of screens. The other thing that I'm seeing is the categorization of the things, some of them might not really work as the split that is currently in place. So, as we mentioned earlier with the pipeline, knowing that the pipeline may have some moderation features as well, I feel like you could have uh, pipelines in moderation, pipeline in chat, pipeline in music, pipeline in everything, in which case it becomes some sort of a core features that is um, external to any of the subsections. Again, I know that you are not like necessarily deep in that stuff and you are more focused on the rest, which makes sense. But if you had like a home pipeline and then chat moderation and so on, and then your pipeline can be a chat pipeline or moderation pipeline, something like this could be a thing. But yeah, like it's also that's kind of uh that's a weird system to just add the thing and then not have access to the build. But you um, this is the probably I'm gonna make a prediction here. The pipeline is going to be the most interesting thing. um, it's just because, just because. Um, so you need like so much triggers and actions and if else conditional things. So um, yeah, I get that. I get that. I think again, like in order for streamers to use this, uh, not that this is something that you absolutely care about, but in order for streamers to use this and trust it and decide that this is going to be the tools that they are using over anything else, it needs to be at stream element plus streamer bot X atom level of customization and integrations in between Twitch and OBS in order for people to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like I will switch to this for sure. Um, so that's the thing. Just controlling Twitch is the base of most of the bots that exist already, but controlling Twitch and OBS is the thing that will 100% make people just say, "Oh yeah, that's a no-brainer. We're gonna switch to this just because it's so much better." So yeah, um, and if it's like multi-platform and multi-stream type of situation, and that's going to be pretty good. The good thing I would say is that we do have access to StreamerBot, we do have access to Atom, we do have access to Stream Element, so that we can take a look at what they are doing good, what they are doing bad, and how we can improve on these things to make the overall experience for users to be better. Um, when it comes to the web platform, it's going to be easier to just have the the Twitch controls from the web platform. So that's basically Stream Element. Anything that is going to be controlling your OBS is probably going to need to run through the app, like running on your device through the WebSocket connection to OBS. So that's another thing. And then anything other than that which is like your loyalty program, your currency thing, like economics and so on. All of that um, is probably going to be things that are like more web-based ish. Um, but yeah, and I know it's available. I'm not underestimating you. I'm just saying that in order to get the things to be plugged in properly, it's easier to have it um like kind of as a connected element on the same device. And yes, you can go do that through the uh, a browser source that is just called OBS Control that just lets the app, like the bots and the things to control everything from there. But it might be also a good thing to have like local um, processing stuff for some things. So again, shit like not TTS because TTS is in the cloud, but the other one, a closed caption. That's the word I was looking for. Closed caption uh, might be easier to funnel that through a local instance of something that has like a bit more resources because it needs to be roughly instant than funneling that through something else that is cloud based, maybe. But yeah, um, but yeah, and then again for the locally thing, I feel like a lot of people, including yourself, being that interested slash uh, adamant about privacy and security, having things being able to run locally is going to be pretty good. So that's another thing. Um, you know, which by the way, speaking of Docker, I have saved something for you, um, which is called Stack, which I didn't hear about before, but apparently this is something that is Mac OS only, but for the Mac Mini if you wanted to. Um, this apparently is a bit of a nice UI based things for Dockers and other thing, to make it a bit better than the native Docker app on macOS, which is kind of shit. So, you know, maybe having a look is an option. However, as always, you know, eh, eh, but still. um, I saw that go through a bit ago, but then I also saw this and I was like, God damn. It's one pixel off. It it what? One pixel off. God damn. Oh my God. Why do I have eyes like this? Um, yeah, it's just the app itself is kind of clunky in the sense that it it doesn't work for someone that doesn't know. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. Um, that is either absolutely broken or absolutely broken in your refresh time. That's crazy. That's yeah, interesting. Nonetheless, you said it took my color, but it didn't. uh, like that's not me. That is not my color. Um, Anyways, so other than the fact that you have a dual headers that don't mean anything, I feel like um, I feel like you would need to do almost nothing in order to get this entire thing to work. The fact that you have my name and uh, the live thing uh, is not necessarily making any sense because it's supposed to be somewhere around here in my current profile thing. So that's a thing. Um, but yeah, no, this is pretty cool. Um, I don't know exactly what these are. These are icons that don't show up, which is fine. It happens. It happens. And then there is simplification that needs to happen there for sure. Um, for sure. Huh. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, that's the league system is when I go into, I think where is it? I saw that earlier. I think it's on music, one song request. Yeah, when I have like my song request page link and shit like this that are not supposed to necessarily be displayed, disclosed. Not that it matters, but like these are teeny tiny things. Um, but yeah, that's a cool system. Um, so so the app compose thing is where I need to go. You're saying that app compose app is in there, like that's the fucking source whatever where the app is, but that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. For me at least, this is gonna be kind of complex for me to figure out the interface layout content behavior. The main reason why I'm saying this is because I, designer, need a visual. Yeah, I need I need to see shit. Yeah, that might be your main thing. This is one of the stuff that I don't really like about open code is that here I can't really edit the code. I uh I can only click on the row and then add it to the current thing, and I'm like, this is a waste of time. This is not supposed to behave like this. But this is just open code. So yeah. Um that's good. That is good. Have you unrelated related, have you seen um Ponytail? Have you heard of it? Have you checked that thing? This is apparently a script slash thing that is helping agents to go through a bit of a refactoring to avoid the usual LLM uh, system of over explaining shit and making things so much more complicated. It is pretty good based on feedbacks that I've had, um, I have found, and yeah, it's it's a pretty cool thing. And they've been doing a lot of really good, um, like update to it in the past few days or few months. So as someone who has like a Hermes agent or Pi or something else, if you run Ponytail on the background on everything, then yeah. Um, and yeah, you probably have your own by now, but nonetheless, for anyone else that is looking to implement something that simplify the code, this is a pretty cool thing. Um, yeah, it seems to be pretty. For me, what it found on one of the apps that I have is that it went through um like uh it basically removed a ton of the comments that didn't make any sense, and it simplified some of the functions that I had for some of the most complex things in the app while still maintaining the features and the functionality. So that's a real gain, I guess. But yeah. I don't. I've seen this. I have seen this before. I've seen some of his posts on Twitter. Um, and I think I've watched some of the videos that he has made in the past. It's the same image, isn't it? It's just a different background, isn't it? That's the God damn it. Um, I mean, it's the latest event. Uh, like there hasn't been another event since 3 days ago. So no new subs, no new follows, no new streaks displayed. So yeah, as long as nothing else happened, you're gonna be dead. And there, that's yeah, that's what it is. But you know, ponytails is an interesting thing. Nonetheless, that's potentially something for you. I don't know. There is other things that I kind of liked, but also uh, not really important. Um, this one was good for people that are looking for a job. I know, wild. But hiring an agent is the open source resume scoring agent thing that a lot of companies are using, or at least it's a reverse engineered system to be similar. And you can just run it on your device, pass it your PDF resume thing, and then it will give you a score, and you can see what you can improve, not improve based on the type of jobs that you're looking to get hired in. So this is an interesting thing, and it aligns with the the hiring processes that exist. The only thing that I wish would be great is if they had a hosted version where they allow you to just run the thing online. That would be great, but obviously this is costing a lot of money because you need to have like models that are linked to it, and therefore this is gonna not be an option. But I would love for that to happen. But yeah, they have a whole suite of repos that are potentially pretty good for anything hiring related. So, you know, maybe taking a look at it is a good option for the people that are looking for a job. But yeah, other than that, that's all I have on GitHub. I need a pee though, so 1 second. Did it really work? Or is that just the message that it gave you? Because that's interesting. I mean, there's one way to find out. Um, you know, like if I do that and then go there, I think. God damn, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Um, and then go here, and then say hi. I don't. It doesn't seem like I have. It seems like it did, but yeah. Um, yeah. Refresh this. Is it live refreshing things that like that you usually do? No, it does it. It does it. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But same thing. Um, it did pull the stream title of now. It just feels like it's offline, which is kind of not true. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm offline, and I don't know. I've been talking to no one for the past 3 hours. Um, I don't know. There is something about it that feels like it needs to be changed in terms of the UI, and I don't necessarily know what needs to be changed. Um, as always, in the what makes an app good is, do I understand what I can do at a glance? Like that's the main rule. That's the thing that you want to have. And there are stuff in there that should be placed in different things, like the dashboard page being in home and nothing else other than dashboard. Then you can just have dashboard displayed. But then we have the same thing in moderation when we just have moderation as a tab itself. So I feel like following the Twitch layout is a pretty good option, where some things will have top level actions and then you would have like sub level content in it, is a pretty good option, which means that instead of having an icon for everything within the branch, you have an icon for the main um, button page thing, and then the sub pages are going to be just derivative, and that it doesn't need like a dedicated icon for that, because that brings in a lot of noise. So these are the type of thing that I would potentially do, or change, or whatever. But there is still something that I don't like. Um, yeah. Again, going back to what we did with Phil's already for Yolka, the me being able to just get access to the code once you have all of the code that works, and just modify some of the design of things is not a bad idea. It's a way for me to just get access to the thing. You get access to output that is cleaner. And yeah, the thing is, design-wise, I would have a tendency to make things a bit bigger. Um, So, you know, that's that's a thing. Um, that yeah, that's probably also an option right there. If we had a dev branch at some point. Um, but yeah, it could be useful. I do have, God damn it, I do have a bit of a soft spot for this type of UI, and I know that you don't necessarily agree. Like the default UI is pretty good. The glass UI is debatable. I feel like it's fine. The new move is okay. Um, but then the Brutalis is an interesting thing as well. The fact that this thing is uh, editable is a nice system, and I do like it, but they have like a very good presentation, and the UI itself makes sense, and it's a bit expensive, but but it's pretty clean, and we do like it. So I that's yeah, it's a nice system. I like most of the design in there. So I may I don't know. I may just pursue into a little bit of a more rounded, cleaner thing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that could be a thing. Why do we have a fucking sausage roll thing? That's that. God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, shit like this is more aligned with my current taste. So if I change the design at some point, it might be a bit more rounded and friendly. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, also, you know, it's not that expensive for what it is. Um, I see. They we're gonna we're gonna go with that rounded. Uh, we're gonna do these. That's the corner radius we have, and then on top of that, we round it back. Never. I mean, that could be cool. That would have a distinct design style that would stand out compared to everything else, which I'm not against. But yeah, it could work. But yeah, there are like a ton of things that are really cool and could 100% be implemented to like get a proper system. Wellness is usually the main thing that makes things look better overall. And it's just yeah, it's just a nice system. We do like it. Um, yeah, that is one of the thing. If we look at the preview that we have right here, for example, and we keep it on dashboard because it's roughly what we have. The reason why we have things a bit bigger and things a bit more rounded overall is mainly because it's easier to grasp where things are, and the usability of the platform becomes like easier for most people because they see things bigger and they see that like overview sales and expenses are right there. Then you have your controls, your filters, your whatever on the other side. These make sense. And so that system is is easier to capture and understand for most people. That's why at least I am, trying to gravitate towards something that is a bit of a fatter UI for hit zone, but also for understanding for most people. So that's one of the things that I would probably do. The thing that I did for Mima, same thing. Like buttons were much bigger, uh, toggles were much bigger as well, and so on. Like all that is the reason. Just want to make sure that the thing is accessible and easy to understand. So that's the point. Anywho, um, let me think. I feel like this specific thing is gonna be the best to use the latest Figma feature of code frames. So if I can get access to that without, yeah, I'm there. God damn it. Um, in Can I click on Figma right there? I don't think I can. God damn it. In the latest things from Figma, which we glanced over last time, what do you mean? What do you mean? Is it like in the live streams? It is. God damn it. That's the reason. Gasface, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? In Not here. In here? In in somewhere. Chapters would be good. Uh um in the code frames within the Figma file that they are announcing and showcasing and so on. They have, I think, let me see if I can find when that happened. I feel like this is the thing. No, that's not the thing. This is the thing, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. So that feature right here is basically letting the user start a recording session, kinda. And you have the extract design feature. So basically what happened is you can play. So you have this frame that is code based that's just going to play inside of Figma. And then from there, you can navigate within with the record flow thing. You can navigate within the prototype itself, which is not like, which is the coded prototype thing. And every time that you navigate from one page to another page, it's going to capture the page in question. And from that capture, it's going to let you extract all of the pages that you've seen in that flow in code as Figma files. So right now, it would be so much more useful for me to get this as a regular frame within the Figma file and then go through every single subsection one by one. And that would just simply port the entirety of the thing to the Figma file. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing, I think. But yeah, I'm waiting for them to give me access. So far they haven't. So we'll see. Yeah. Did I see the HTML in Canvas short from Wes? I don't think I did. Or maybe I did. That depends which one HTML in Canva from Wes how are you talking about? What were they doing in there? That's the thing. That's the question. Hey guys, face, I'm pretty good. It's less hot than last week, so obviously things are good. The AC is still running, don't worry about it. But I didn't change too much, but it's really interesting in the past week when it's just like it's 21 degree outside and it feels cool and refreshing, and therefore you open the window to get like the air in and so on. Whereas in my regular day to day, if it's 21 outside, I am sweating. And yeah, just my body just adapts to the heat a lot faster than it used to, which is pretty cool. Um, but I also know that I need to lose weight, specifically lose fat, in order to not be too hot in summer. But that also implies that if I'm like less fat, which is fine, I will be way colder in winter, which is fine by me. I love that. But goddamn, that's it's a wild thing.
Halifax is now following.
Halifax, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? What on in? From the club, I see. um, but yeah, I didn't melt enough. I didn't melt enough. That's the issue. I should have melted layers of myself. Oh yeah, no, this thing. Yeah, for me, this wasn't HTML in Canva. Oh, yeah. I mean, it kind of is, but in my eyes, this is more of a uh, AI gen image generation, low latency system than anything else. But it is really good. So yes, I've seen this. Um, so yeah, you've been away from Twitch after 2 years. God damn it. Well, you've missed things. If you're from the Claw, you probably have heard that Selma has stopped streaming. They decided to absolutely stop anything that is on their end. So that's interesting. Um, she did her first, not first, but like her first comeback music video, which was pretty interesting. Um, the claw itself has kind of uh, uh, not dismantled, but a lot less activities have been uh, happening. And since Salma was the connector of everything, have a good Scrum time, uh, we kind of lost the joint in in the system, so that's kind of sad. Also, Kane, welcome on in. How are you? Um, but as far as I know, Matty has lost his job. He's looking for a new job again. God damn it. Um, Manny has been working, which is good, but has stopped streaming as well. I haven't seen uh, Metal and Coffee in a long time. I haven't seen Lady of Code in a long time. It's kind of yeah. Um, it's um, it's kind of bad. And also, yes, Hugo, a lot of people have been dying from the French heat wave, which is less French or good, but you know, um, she stream in the morning. Yeah, um, I I switched my stream schedule as well. Again, I went back from Japan last year, 2 years ago now, and then came back from Japan, and then decided to stream more in the daytime than I used to, because I used to have a job, and now that I don't have a job, then starting streaming at 1 in the afternoon is pretty good. Um, but yeah, other than that, In the last 2 years on Twitch, not a lot happened. We've had some good, um, we had some good update from Twitch, which is, I see. We had some good updates for the moderation system. We had some good updates from the uh, incentives of monetization, which I don't like, but it makes sense. So there is a lot more hype trains starters. There is now a Mystic hype train that can be accessed sometimes, but you don't know, which is kind of weird. um, but yeah, no, not a lot happened on Twitch, to be honest, from my point of view. And Perrin, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Same question. Thanks all for chatting. I stayed in Japan for 2 years. I stayed basically from 2019 to 2024. Um, and 2019 to 2020 was the beginning, and then I came back here. COVID happened. Had to had to stay here for some years, and then went back in Japan in 2022 for like 3 months. Came back here, went back to Japan for a full year after that. So in total, like roughly 2 years of Japan times with intersection in the middle, which is fine. But I'm trying to go back, and I can't find a fucking job there. And with the new regulation and the new ask from the government, it is just impractical. So yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna go back, but I have like half of my stuff there that I need to go fetch. So yeah, I have like half a computer that's waiting for me in a in a box that I'm renting. Obviously, it's not like rent prices. So yeah, 2004 to 2008 was probably such a different time. I've seen some people show video of Japan in like 2000-ish of them being there, and it feels so much different, even though I'm just like looking at them through um like the lens of me being an external viewers. But yeah, I don't know if you've been back to Japan as a tourist for vacation and shit since 2008, but it's crazy. Um, it's just yeah. I lived in Tokyo for the vast majority of my stay there. So obviously, um, yeah. You know, we don't use Keitai anymore. That is that is true. Uh, it switched to Denwa only. Like Keitai Denwa is now Denwa or Smaho, and Smaho is just smartphone. But it's yeah, it's the it changed. There's a lot of words that used to be used that are not used anymore. My Japanese teacher, which is older than me, obviously, said basically the same thing. Of there are a ton of words that are now just bold word because of the amount of users that we have. And when we were working together for like basically me understanding the Japanese that I need to learn in order to be able to communicate with Japanese designers. We were reading articles about designs based on the Figma design blog, and I don't know if I have. Yeah, I do. Let's just use that as a starting point, which is not um like basically we were reading this, and every other fucking word in that article is just in katakana. So when we were reading shit like this, she was like, "I feel like we're reading English. Like I feel like we're not speaking Japanese, even though I understand. But it's just like everything is katakana based. So the amount of loan words nowadays in the tech industry is wild. It's yeah, but I can't read, so that doesn't help me in any way. I really have a hard time with these things and understanding the kanjis. It's just like no, I'm not there yet. So yeah, and based on the fact that they have like the latest requirement from the Japanese government being that any foreign worker needs to have N2 at a minimum, compared to now, where some companies are like, well, you don't need Japanese. We speak English internally, so there is no need. But now, even if the company that you're applying for or the company that is sponsoring you to get the visa is not using Japanese internally, they still require you to get like N2 to get the visa accepted through the immigration system. So that's just like it's so bad. It's so bad. So getting a visa through a work sponsorship is the easiest thing, but I need a higher um, Japanese level, and getting a visa through the small business uh, option, like the business manager visa, has gone from you need to make 35K a year to you need to make 200K a year, and therefore that's not an option. And it's wild that they went from 35 to 200. Um, so yeah, it's it's I I mean I get it, but I also don't get it. One of the friends that I have that is living in London most of the time and in France as well is or has said something that is pretty accurate, and I didn't see that in that way in the past. Of when you have a lot of foreigners that are going into your country, it feels like it's a good thing until the space in which the foreigners are staying becomes not the country that you are used to anymore, and therefore there is a rejection for it. And based on that, in Japan being so different than like other countries in general, I kind of understand the sentiment that they might have in like being against um like the the foreigners coming in and changing the habits. But in a way, I also feel like if they don't not allow, but just integrate with as an addition, the country is probably going to not exist in about, I don't know, 100 years. So maybe 200 years. Let's be real. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. So with all of that, and on top of the fact that the Japanese people don't really like the foreigners that they are getting right now, it's a weird system. And this is also a true thing. You being in Aomori, being a bit of a different prefecture, um, the laws are based mostly on the Tokyo slash Osaka slash Kyoto regions, which are the popular touristy things. So the anti-tourist sentiment is roughly 10 times stronger around these areas because that's the places that gets tourists. But for anything other than these touristy places, if you go in Beppu, it's fine. If you go in Fukuoka, you have some tourists, and therefore there is a bit of an anti-immigration sentiment, but overall it's kind of fine. And then because no tourist ever goes um, in in the north, it's fine. They're fine with it. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing. I do love Japan as a general thing, but I also have uh An upbringing, not really. I've been raised in a way that is very aligned with the Japanese way of being raised, and therefore I fit compared to other foreigners, I guess. Like the one of the things that I said before is a lot of foreigners are complaining about the bureaucracy and the amount of paperwork that you need to do in Japan, and they're mentioning the fact that if, like, for example, you make a mistake in the form or you don't fill out a section, your application is getting rejected. And I'm like, yeah, if you forget something in a form that tells you exactly what you need to bring in and you forget one of these things, you're gonna get rejected. So I'm pretty happy with the rejection, because if it means that people that can't read are not accepted, I'm like, okay, cool. That's that's a good thing. So I don't know. The My experience in Japan has been pretty clean for the whole time that I stayed there. Um, and I wish I could go back, but also, you know, it's expensive, and not having a job is also not helping with the funds. So yeah, I mean, if you went there as a deployment slash Okinawa based military thing, then I mean, not Okinawa Aomori, but like um, that is that makes sense. I mean, if I was living near a US military base near my country, I would probably be against it. Um, like, I mean, if I was near a military base for any country, anyways, not just the US, but like even a French military in France, I would be against it. So, that's a different discussion. But yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like the experience is also something that is uh, proper to one's experience and your relationship with the country and the environment. So, if you are near one of the place that is militarized and that you look like one of the military personnel that is there, obviously some of the locals are going to expect you to be from the military in a way, and therefore it could impact um, your experience for sure. That's that is true. That is true. But yeah, that's interesting. I haven't. I don't think this is gonna work. It does. I haven't. I want to go into Sapporo and Hokkaido because it's cold and I love the cold. But I've mostly done um I mostly done the south with my ex, and I mean south center south. Um, I never went to Okinawa, um, but kind of I have a feeling that this is gonna disappear or get bigger. I don't know. It's one way or the other. With that fucking earthquake waiting to happen, it's either gonna be absolutely disappeared and engulfed in something, or it's just gonna get bigger. We'll see. We know that the Philippines have raised by like 10 meters ish. Not raised by 10 meters, but like it has added 10 meters, I think, of beach, which is interesting in the latest earthquake. But yeah, no, I've been mostly around here. You can you can tell. You can tell where I lived. You you kind of know. Just just Tokyo stuff. I went around here as well, and it was pretty nice. but I kind of want I want to go back north. I think we went to Niigata once, um, but not stayed long enough. So, and everything that is around here is also pretty cool. Um, like anything in Tohoku is close to the north enough that it has a more chill climate. Um, but if you just want like going there, that's a nice thing. Also, the thing that I remind everyone and remind myself every time is like this is Russia and this is Japan, and they are like 10 meters apart. Not 10 meters, but like it's that close, and they are a bit closer, I think, in some of the islands um in between these two, and then it's the same exact thing in between the US and Russia. It's just like so close together that you know, it doesn't feel like it. But yeah. Um yeah, it's I have seen the earthquake in Venezuela. Yeah. I I'm pretty happy with the with the Android earthquake alerts system that I didn't know existed on Android. I know that it exists on iPhones because have experienced it on my phone. And the reason why I didn't know is because when I went to Japan in 2019 and was still on Android, and we had some earthquake, but it didn't trigger on my Android phone. So I'm really happy that it did trigger because of the amount of people that have been able to evacuate the location that they were in before things kind of fell apart. I've seen one video, you probably have seen that as well. I've seen one video of a guy that is just um basically going down the building by stairs, and he was like at the top of the building in his flat, and the lower he goes, the more destruction there is in the stairs. This is such an interesting spiral because the top level looked like nothing had happened. Like they might have a bit of a crack on the wall, but that was like almost nothing. And then the next floor there is some more cracks, some paint that fell down, and then the next floor there is bricks on the steps. The next floor there is almost no steps available to go down. Like it's just bricks everywhere. It's crazy. But yeah, I've seen that. I'm really happy and grateful that the alert system are working. Like that's a good thing. That's a great addition to some of that. It's also like kind of I don't know enough about Venezuela earthquake situation. I don't know if it's like a common activity or if it's something that is just so uncommon that you know it's people are not prepared. But yeah, I don't know. Again, as we've mentioned, like that, we've had some, not some, we have a lot of earthquake that are pretty big in the past year on that specific landscape. So there was some in the US, if I remember correctly. Venezuela is around here, and then in the Philippines as well, and then Japan as always. So it's again, it's probably gonna break. Also, Hawaii being like in the center of this shit. It's just hi, goddamn, goddamn. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's a common thing in um If I type earthquake um, frequency, maybe. Yeah, that's just gonna be frequency of things. Uh, Somewhat common. Uh, I see. So still, but not as much. Good to know. Good to know. Um, they had apparently. 2018, 97. So that's a good thing. The other part of uh like not really, but like earthquakes, things we've had earthquake in France. I know. Like it's not we're not we're not ready for it. We don't know. But uh we had an earthquake somewhere around here, which is not necessarily what we are used to. I mean, not necessarily. It's just like we've never really experienced earthquake before, but there was one in like 2000 something. Um, and it kind of straddled some people because it's just weird. No people know uh, how it works and so on. Same thing in the US, like the California ones that happened like last week or 2 weeks ago, is things that people are not ready with or for. And again, since I've been in Japan while big earthquake have happened, I am fine. Like I know exactly what can happen, and based on the building in which you are living, as always, there are some different outputs and different things that will happen. But you know, it's um, it's pretty clean. Um, what do you mean by an open end, Frankie? Hi, we're calling. Um, yeah, I have a portable AC in my room, and I bought a big ass fan. Um, and I've had that portable AC for the past 6 years, I think. Um, I am also on a roof flat. I am under the zinc, the Parisian zinc, and yeah, that's uh, that's me right there. Uh, so I was dying. I have a ton of things. So what I've done is I like I bought some um kind of heat shielding curtains. Um, like the cheapest of cheaps things is $16. TD, welcome back. How are you? Basically shit like this, not exactly, but because this is like metallic, but like basically shit like this. And I put that behind my regular curtains, and it kind of helps. The thing is, it the space in between the window and the curtain themselves was still heating up, so I ended up with like very much boiling hot windows, and it still brings some heat inside, which was not really good. So on the next day, I put them outside and I basically not taped them, but almost taped them um, to the window sides. So when closing the window back is just like outside of the building. That helped a lot in the window not being as hot. But because I have tiling in the bathroom and the kitchen, um, the tiles being ceramic was taking on heat and then retaining the heat for a long time. So that that was not good. That was not good. Um, but it kind of helped. And then a lot of Germans have been using the survival blankets things. Um, so that was a good thing. It's a good system. It works. Just make sure that you put it outside of the window and not inside. I did inside in 2022, and I exploded three of my windows. Um, basically by having the materials properly on the window on the inside, it simply was boiling the gas that is in between the two pane of glass, and it basically shattered three of my windows. So I had like $7,000 of repair to do. So yeah, not the greatest, not the greatest. Um, And Moss, you said I was once on a job that they had to build it to a level 5 earthquake rating in California. The irony was that if an earthquake, an earthquake, yeah, an earthquake that strong hit the dam up the road, it would bust. I see. Yeah, that's also a thing. That, yeah, that would not have worked. That would not have worked. Um, I see. Stony, I see. I see. I see. Welcome back from the scroll. Um, And TD, please share link as always. I mean share link. I think I have. I don't have. I don't have. I don't have any. Um, yeah. And Fricky, that's a good system. I did the same thing. I did some wet towels on the balcony um to get like some air going through at some point, but it just like didn't work. And then I also somehow I wake up because of the heat. I woke up like very early in the morning, and so at around 2 to 3 in the morning, the air outside was kind of cleaner and less hot, so I could open the window and just have like a breeze in. But then it's kind of counterintuitive when you have the AC running and you turn it off so that you can have like the breeze from outside that is at 23 degrees and that your AC is at 16. So that's a weird thing, but it worked. So it's fine. It's fine. Um, we're gonna have to talk about this. And congrats, Gasface. NASA is pretty good. I think, um, depending on what you're working with or working for with them, you're gonna have a very good time because they are pretty good. They've been having a very good track record of cool design projects. So yeah, that's a good thing. I see. Um, a 10-year contract. God damn, that's cool. That is cool. Hmm. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna complain, TD. I'm gonna that's what happened. And Frankie, if you want to share a link again of your stuff, I would love to take a look at the update that you've made. This is not centered. Eh, That's not centered. Please center these things, please, or make them bigger. But goddamn. um. Nonetheless, layout wise, from here, this is pretty cool. I don't necessarily like the home being there. I feel like it's distracting, and I would expect the home to be your profile to be your profile picture, probably to just like send me back to to just send me back to the home page. Like that feels like it should happen, which is the case. Um, but yeah, like this is not necessary for me, so I would have like the search being a line centered to your timeline thing. Um, but yeah, other than that, you have AI generated some part of this layout, and let me show you exactly what I can tell. You see this? You see this? The the command key being smaller than the letter is such a tell that AI has tried to generate a key combo key, and it does that every time. And I don't understand why it can't just use the same size for the two fucking characters. But no, it cannot. So yeah, fix that. That would be appreciated. On the other side of things, I'm seeing that you have some different sizes as well. So if I just get here, your initial like your initial search bar is gonna have a very specific height, and your button for today and so on should probably be the same height in order to match and have like a uniform section. So this one is a bit slimmer, not by much, but by a little bit. That is enough for me to notice that. And I'm guessing this is probably the same thing for these buttons if they are buttons. Um, but yeah, I clicked on something. I didn't want to click on something just yet. So other than that, layout wise, we're pretty good. I like the streak steps at the bottom, which I mean streak steps, the streaks at the bottom for the amount of recorded logged day. This is a good thing. Navigation is fine. I'd still like, I think I said that last time. I still would probably align my icons with the icons that are above. So that means shifting the entirety of the content by 24, I guess. Minus 24 margin on all of these so that they just like are properly aligned with the icons, because right now it's a bit of a weird system. So that's yeah. So the background becomes underlined, but at least it stands out for the content. So that's to me that's much of an interesting thing. So if I get in there, yeah, if I get margin left, I guess, of minus 24. 24 is too much. 80, 40. If you do this, then you're kind of aligning things together, and overall, that's like it doesn't bother me as much as a second ago. Um, and misaligned now. Selection background is not that misaligned, to be honest. Like it doesn't feel misaligned as much as it did a second ago. So that's yeah, that's weird for me. Anyways, um, so these are cute. I don't mind that. The timeline is good. I think I said that last time from how I remember it. I think I said that the time log feels disconnected, like too disconnected, and I would have it here rather than anywhere else, just because it's almost too far away, um, based on the content. So that's I don't know. I might just bring it back in. Um, I don't know exactly if it makes sense. I have a memory of you having potentially icons in your subtitles, titles, things. So I don't know. But yeah, other than that, the other thing that for me is just an alignment issue, but it's not that much important, but it is kind of making sense, is this. So basically, you want that thing to have. Let me see if I can just take. Uh, I'm gonna take that one. Yeah, for sure. Um, padding. Um, padding top, I think, and that was supposed to be 8 pixel, I think. Yeah. So I kind of want to have your sleep to be aligned with the icon, because that's just it just makes more sense. So this is misaligned, and if you have them like 8 is kind of too much. I think it's probably 6, based on what I can see here. It just looks better. It looks linked to each other, and that makes a lot more sense. And if you have your time next to the title as well, that would probably just make more sense overall because of the reading pattern. Uh, Obviously, right now I'm zoomed in, and therefore I see the entire thing. But this is like orphan, or at the level of what we call an orphan. Um, so activity and time for me would be like we have that there, and they are not necessarily linked to each other. Is this on an absolute positioning? No. Uh, it seems to be. You have this like that, then your time is on the other side. Um, well, left is too much, but yeah. um, if I just float it is not gonna work. Yeah. You mean just removing the float? Yeah, that doesn't. Because they are like not ordered properly, it's fine. It's fine. I figured it out. You can drag things. And then here you have a bit of a padding left again. I would go 16 probably. So 1 rem is probably going to be good enough. So like this, I know it creates like a lot of empty space, but for reading purposes, your eyes are not necessarily going to go through the entirety of the width and figure out like, if they are linked together. Whereas here you have both of them. Like reading capabilities is way faster. But that's a small detail. The other thing that I saw at a glance when we opened the fucking thing right away, and that's me. Don't worry about it. But still, it's important. your timeline line is not the same color as your section background. And there is like a disconnect in between the two. And I don't know if you have a more blue thing for the sleep, a more green thing for the sleep, for the activity, a more orange or red based thing for the food and so on. If that's the case, then I understand. But if they are all the exact same color, it looks like they are all the exact same color. The glasses are not aiding me. Um, but these things should, that color there should be like this, like that. That makes sense. You want the clothes wants to smoke? Damn, damn, that's crazy. Like I know it's less visible, and I know it blends in with the background and shit, but it works. And if you still want to have like that darker thing so that it's more visible, you can 100% just make it a gradient that feeds from the original color from the blob to the line itself. Obviously, right now, that's not a thing that I can do, but like, yeah. But that's the thing. Let me just click on sleep because that's what I thought would happen. So that's clean. That's a good thing. I don't mind this. Activity is going to be the same thing. So I do like this. Same as before. It's fun to have um, ice skating right there because you did ice skating on that month or on that day or something. Like that's a nice system. Um, the now, which is this thing right there, you have a very bento oriented uh blob again. So I like this. Interesting navigation system. I don't know. Um, I don't know about this mainly because it looks like I'm missing some information on the pictures. That's what I'm gonna say. Um, it's fine, but it feels like there might be toys, there might be other things on the picture, and I might want to see things. The fact that I just can't click, I don't know. I guess it's gonna be there, but yeah. Am I seeing that right? Is it the glasses? It is the glasses. God damn. Forget about it. I said nothing. Uh, this is good. I like this. It works for the base thing. The temperatures make sense. Based on the location makes sense. The time is good. This, you have nice animation on reveal. Same thing here could be added just for like the current percentage of battery. The only issue that you have with this is that if your phone is currently at a very, very low level of battery, you might end up with the animation being like very slow because it grows for nothing for the amount of time that the page is loading. Other than that, it's fine. These are cute. I like that. I like the entries. I know this is like done post production, and that's the thumbnails of the podcast that you have. But this is cool. This is very cool. The design of it with the colors behind both of the heads is a nice thing. The alignment for your play button is good. The shadow which is blue is nice. And currently reading is a core addition. You can get into the all photos officially, but it doesn't work, so that's cool. Clicking the weather is giving me this. Clicking on the time is giving me this as well. Getting to today's call. Can I go back into the previous day, Sunday 28th? Yes, I can. This year is interesting. Good. I see thing that we talked about last time that I remember, and I'm like, cool. Um, uh, which, it's some changes that have happened. So yeah, I mean, you kind of need to because it's fun. But yeah. Other than that, your stats are good. Your map is good as well, but this is the same thing. The about section, we don't have anything just yet. The calendar is a thing that I was on a second ago, and uh, yeah, this is pretty cool. So yeah, the main point that I have is your command K um, icon thing needs to be fixed in order to have the command to be like the correct size. The command K view is fine, no issues there. I can tell that this is an AI generated shuttle. Um, slash flight. Mm, mm, mm. It looks like shit. I'm sorry. It's a very bad thing. I have beef with Huge Icon, specifically with the post that they are making uh here. I mean, not them directly, but like these ones uh of creating icons. I have so much beef with this because this is not how you create an icon. And specifically with that section right there is what pissed me off the most. Um because it makes no sense. I get it. Like this is an issue. This will never be a good icon. And it's probably the same thing that you have right there, where you have a path for the top and a path for the bell. And therefore, when you need to have like a switch in between a duotone and a regular icon, the color are not translating in from one to the other. So I don't like that. The icon pack that I use is also doing the same thing, and the MOM UI kit doesn't, because obviously I did it myself. So it makes sense. Anyways, side things. It doesn't matter. Um, I guess my only gripe with this view is that it doesn't look like the rest in a very striking way. Um, like it's really not the same. So it looks like you have a lot more design work done when it comes to this view in order to get it to look more widgety, and that's good. But then when you compare it to the timeline kind of feels left out in a way. Um, and I don't think having like cards around the events would help. Um, but it might just be like the size of things could be a bit bigger. It, as I always, you know, do 25% bigger is sometimes enough to make it look a bit more aligned with the rest. And in that top section, these images being standing out is not my biggest appreciated things, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Um, the one that we have for the templates, I think if I go in agency, we have one that is a good reference for this. Shit like this is good, but there is another one that I have in mind that is here. Some people are doing like some massive images, visualization in the text, but they are aligned. They are set to do with the content, so that's an option that you could do to make them like a bit more integrated. Even though it's massive, it still works. You still do have like a lot of text in here, so that might um, be a reason that makes it a bit more complex to figure out. But yeah, um, I see. I think we've seen you shared this one last time. I think I remember this because I said it's weird that they have the sidebar on the right side instead of the left like everyone else. I think I said that. Um, what? Yeah. At least, I mean, it's not centered still, but it's more centered. At least it might be just be um like a size situation, but yeah. Other than that, this is pretty cool. Is there something that I've missed that I should have seen? You said that there is a ton of Easter eggs here and there. Interesting. Stony. Um, I think I haven't checked food. That's not great. um, I would. Um, oh, you mean that view specifically, the detailed view of a specific thing for single entries? Yes, I haven't checked that. This is cool. I remember that we talked about it last time. That didn't happen. Sad. uh, so here, I would not do. Uh, I wouldn't do a feed. I would probably do one of these or one of these instead for the food specific, just because it makes more sense to have like a bit of uh, a dietary label. If you have this, I don't know if you have this in the UK. In France, we have like dietary labels that are pretty simple and easy to understand, but you could have like a sticker types of things based on what you have eaten on any given day. Could be an option. Could be an option. Um, that's a wild amount of data to share. Um, I don't know. I don't have enough information on that, frankly, to be in having any opinion on codes. So yeah, still not a dev. That's I know. But yeah, 9 hours of sleep. Oh my God. I wish I could have done the same. God damn. Holy fuck. 9 hours. I mean, almost 10. Holy shit. But then again, you did this, so that's on you. God damn. I mean, I get it. There are days where you're doing 3 hours and there are days you're doing 10. So you need to balance shit out. What do you mean 1 hour? What the fuck do you mean 1 hour? Did you just fell asleep on your chair in front of the computer and then woke up at 5? Like, yeah, that's a nap. That's God damn. On a regular basis, I'm at 5:40 slash 6 roughly on a regular basis. But goddamn, yeah, this is a wild amount of variations. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. Um, this is interesting. Yeah, yeah. What else did I miss? The podcast specific doesn't change much. Food. So we have food, sleep, activities, and that's it. And flights. And flights. So that's if I go here and I do hmm, flights. Ooh, that's really cool. That's uh that's really cool. I like it. I like that. I like that. That's an interesting system. Um, this is really clean. And I guess this might be the only thing that I'm like, you might want to combine shit together when you have back and forth. So if you go for like airport to airport, airport to airport, like the same two, I might say maybe you say this is a round trip and therefore you put them side by side instead of next to each other, even though they are like 2 different days. And obviously feed makes sense. But uh yeah, I understand that they are registered as 2 different entries, but because you have the information of uh like basically an if next flight departure is have a good rest of your day, Frankie. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. We'll take a look at your project next time. But yeah, take care of yourself. If previous like if if previous flight landing flight is equal to current flight departure flight, then they are together. Um, and you probably have done things like you went to Lisbon, and then from Lisbon you went to France, and then from France you went to the UK. Like that's probably a thing that you have done at some point. In which case, then they are not together because there is one in the center. But just because of that, like if there is 2 flights together where departure and landing and departure are just swapped together, then they are going into round trips. And if they are like back to back, that's it. But this is really cool. No, I'm not gonna lie. This is a very cool ID and presentation. As always, way too much data. But there is a very like what the fuck? Way too much data. But this is really cool. I like that. I like the presentation of this. It's a very nice system. It's very much flighty inspired from my point of view because that's what I know. Um, but I like that a lot. Um, and yeah. What is the other one? You said something else. Um, you said, I think, books or book? Nope. You said something else. You said there is 10 in total. I'm missing some. Um, JD, hi, good morning. How are you? How have you been? Um, because I say fuck a lot. That's the that's the reason. It's mature content. Um, OG image variation. To see all the variations of the OG image that have happened. I see. So if I share something that is event-based with fuel, you have your fucking fuel event. God damn it. I see. I see. Um, that's a cool system. Hey, going back to what I said about the podcast is basically the same thing. Um, and yeah. Well, I don't, but I also don't have a license, nor do I have a car, so that makes sense. That makes sense. But then I'm guessing that if you have that, that means that fuel is probably an option. Yeah, that's what I thought. God damn it. Um, okay, cool. So here, if you want more data, because you know, like that's your thing, I would do a fuel price over time if you have the information. Like, I mean, I guess you do, but how much you loaded the tank, um, and what was the cost um per thing. So that could be a thing. You have projects, zero project, but projects. I see. You have notes. You have places, which is the same thing roughly as activities. Um, Events, I guess. Yeah. Um, you rarely fuel your e-bags. That's weird. That's weird. That makes no sense. You should fuel it up. Um, you have media, which is a bit of a different thing, but I get it. I'm guessing media was there. And then article and notes are probably the same thing, but let's just I'm guessing notes with an S, yeah. And then articles. Yeah. Um that's interesting. The the flight with the map in the background is an interesting thing. I like that as well. I feel like this is an interesting thing. The book taking the book cover blurred is a cool concept. Um, the thing that I would do, but that's a lot of data. No, that's a lot of work for you. Um, I might say, have a good rest of your day, Trekkie. Um, I might say maybe different pictures of you, if that's an option at some point, based on the type, because you probably will have things like, I'm thinking YouTuber thumbnails right now, right? You have a bank of expressions that you're doing for specific things, and maybe you could have different face for the sleep. If you slept 2 hours, you're just like in a pajama type of thing. Um, with like, I don't know, dark circles and shit, that could be an interesting option. But then if you are like at 10 hours You just like radiant like you are here, and that could be a fun thing. However, taking that amount of pictures, preparing them properly, and then ensuring that for things like, I don't know, the flights, you are looking at the map and not in that direction, like shit like this, and the map is more visible and so on. It implies a lot more viability in the type of content that you can display in here, and therefore I do understand how annoying it might be to just create all of that, but it could be really cool. Um, you know, like just additional stuff. So I like that. I like that concept. And then you said something else earlier, which I didn't see. You said slash search. Um, Interesting. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and now I have all of the things. uh, when day on 11, I see. I'm guessing that this week is probably going to be on Fridays or Sundays. Um, yeah. Hmm. uh, that's interesting. You can have all. Ooh, gonna add. Uh, yeah, that works. That works. I like it. I see. I don't know if you just did this, but this is wrong. Now this is misaligned with the text. You need to move the text on that side. Um, but yeah, that gradient is good. It's more visible. I mean, it's more visible. It's a bit more visible. I would still have the thing start here. I guess that this one is a fat ass gradient, which I understand. Uh, if you, uh, that would be complicated to do. Um, because you don't have the points. Uh, Maybe you do. No, you don't. Based on that design, you don't. Um, mm, and you can't just have one color in the beginning. Eh, eh, it's fine. It's fine. Other than that, I think I looked at everything. I think I looked at everything. The new communique is good. I just saw this. That was a weird glitch, but that's fine. Um, yeah. I guess the issue that I have here is the shadows. Your let me get there and show you what I'm talking about. You're currently doing this. So you have your background that is pure white. You have a stroke that is roughly, I'm going to use 10% because it's going to be fine. And you have your corner radius that are like right there. So that's your two regular cards or whatever. what I see on your end is that you have an effect, which is a drop shadow. God damn, this is so shit. Um, and you made sure to make it like diffused, and it's roughly, I guess, 16%, 8%, like very subtle so that it stands out from the floor, but not too much, like as a strong thing. And this is okay, but it also kind of feels wrong when you have multiple cards next to each other because of the amount of uh like kind of highlights that end up being in between these two things. So if I were to just highlight that shadow by making it like a bit stronger, you can see how this point is lighter, but it's not as light as the background itself. So you end up with something that is just like it's gray, but it's not there. So you have a thing right here and right there, which is weird. And then that point right there is lighter than the rest, but not really. It's a weird thing. It's a perception thing, but it's a bit of a weird thing, and we usually recommend to not do that. Um, and so if I just bring that down as another option, and I give you something that is a bit more uh, realistic, I would drop the shadow properly. So putting it at like 16 or 8 or something, depending on how much you want your spacing to be, it's going to be an option. My blur personally is going to be at 24 because it's like 1/8 more than the 16 base. So my base is 8. If your base is 5, you go at 10, and then the next one is 15, or the next one is 20, depending on how much you want to do the thing. And then I go into the spread and I go with a -8 in the spread, which is like the Y drop divided by 2 most of the time. Sometimes I do -16, but it doesn't really work most of the times. What that does, it just reconcentrate the shadow underneath the element, gives me a softer drop, and it kind of removes that thing. It's still there. If I go back to like 100% here, it is still there, but it's like a lot more subtle. And that's just one way to get your elements to be next to each other. Um, and that's a good thing. Yeah, your CSS thing is very simple. You have your you have your values that are just 0, 0, 0, 0. That's the base thing. You should have the color somewhere, but in here you have your Y at 16. I said 16. You have your Y at 16. You have your X at 0, or it's the other way around. I never remember. And then you get your blur at 24 and your spread at -8. So there's the last value that most people don't know about, which is the spread, and that's the thing. We have the code right about here. Getting every time, every time. Um, it's using black, and this is using Tailwind, but it's 0, 16, not 16, 0. That's my bad. That's my bad. But yeah, that's the thing. You just need to have the values in there, um, and that works. So it's a nice system. It drops the shadows down, and if you have like, let's say you are at 24 in between your blocks, you should have enough like presentation and shit to have the highlights. And the thing that I could potentially, maybe, I don't know, it depends on you. could do if your cards were interactive, which I don't think is the case. I would probably say if hover, then you get your spread at -4, your blur at 12 would be okay, but 8 would be better. But I'm gonna do 12 for now. And then your y to be divided by 2. So I'm dividing everything by 2. So it just goes further in, and then it's just a teeny tiny bit smaller. It's closer to the floor. But because your cards are not interactive, like I can't really click on one to get access to the the card content. I can click on one of these things to get the information, but I can't really click on the card itself. So yeah, um, that's can drag the card around at the top if I do this. Hmm, interesting system. Yeah, no, I get it. I I'm gonna say that then. You should probably just get a bit of physics in your drags. Just not much. Yeah, just just a smidge. How did you do that? I don't know. It's not that complicated. It's basically rotation based on location. I I have some here as well. Like it's such a small system, but a bit of physics. I like a bit of physics. This one is as if it was in the water, and the cursor is the anchor point. So it has some drag in the direction in which you're going, in ways that make sense. But yeah, for this one, it's just like it has some physics. As physics. It doesn't do the thing that yours do, though. So when I look at this one, for example, it's not gonna reorder my cards if I move around. Like it still has its anchor point where it's supposed to be, and every other thing, that's a wild thing, every other thing is gonna remain proper. Whereas here, if I start moving this in a circle, I'm basically rotating them. Like these two have moved. If I do this, that's fine. But if I go down, the Europe London is now up. So that's a weird system for me. I don't know. That might just be me. I don't know. But yeah, this is a physics is pretty easy. And if you're using Claude or whatever agent to do that, you can just ask it to add a bit of physics to your card's dragging, and it might just work. It might just um but yeah, like that. See the amount of braking that I just did in about a second by moving on top of a big card. This is such a weird thing. I mean, it's not a weird thing. It's a bit better because it reorganized the cards properly and it readjusts them where they need to be. Whereas mine is simply saying we have columns and that's it. And if you move something in the columns, then everything else underneath is going down. That's it. So it's like if you have space, then it goes up. Um, what? Yeah. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest, to get some of these to react properly, and it's fun. I sadly I don't think I have. Uh, you know what? I know I don't have. This is not live, so obviously you can't have access to it. But the hover physics system that I have is roughly in place, and you can kind of play with it, with like where you want things to be, how you want things to behave, change the velocity of things to be like kind of understanding how things work and so on. But it's not as good as I wanted it to be. Like it's so slow when you do so much dampening. Um, anyways, um, let me refresh that. Yeah, look at how much like more expressive it feels by just adding a little bit of physics. It's a bit strong for the big card, which is normal, and I kind of know why that happens. It's because of your center point is your rotation point, where it should be where the hand is grabbing. This is the most complicated part, so don't bother. It's a pain in the ass. Um, but yeah, the small cards are really cool, and the big card have a bit like more of an issue, and specifically with the diagonal and your shadow being bound to it. It's an interesting system. Kind of the same here as well. But yeah, they have a bit of physics, and this is good enough. It looks like it's basically the container is moving and the content in it is rotating based on what I can see here. But that's a nice starting point, and then it's just like minimizing the impact and changing a bit of the effector here and there. But yeah, system. It will work. It will work. It's a nice addition. It helps with things. Also, why? So many questions. Why? I'm so sad about the bottom section though, because that bounce is such a bad bounce. Your your bottom bounce right now is it. So you are. Let me just recheck. Do that? Kinda. You're doing you're doing this, and then you do this, which is kind of not how a bounce is supposed to be. Um, I think that's the overall line that you have. So it's it's not going in the direction that you want, and you can see that in that kind of curve at the end, when in reality what you're expecting to see as a bounce is the absolute opposite of this, where basically this is what is expected of a bounce. We want the top to be the place where things are going to be dampened. And in this one, obviously, because you want it to go down past the floor, uh, it's probably just going to be this, right? And if you wanted to get your bounce to be more natural, this is the thing that you want. You want it to go further down. And so in order to achieve this in like falling from the top and then bouncing back up, going down, bouncing back up, down, back up. In order to do that in CSS animation, it's your amplitude that needs to change. It's a bouncy. So I think there is a website which I forgot. It's one of these. It's not this one. It's Josh did have one of them, but I don't. This is a different thing. This is not the one that I had in mind. And I may have saved it. I did it. Oh my god. Yeah, there is like anime.js, curve.css, whatever, but there is shit like this, and currently you are doing this one when you should do the opposite of this. And that bounce is like a very common animation. So I think bounce as a default is going to be your best option. I think you can just do CSS bounce. I think. Let me just anime.js because I feel like it might be it. Yeah. I don't remember if this one gives you proper code thing, but you want the regular bounce in the out bounce. So it's this one, but inverted, and yeah. Like right now you are here. But you can see how when it drops down, it has like such a nice things. We don't have any of these. So we're supposed to have parameters on this one, and that's not the case. That is not the case. But yeah, these are the things that you can reuse after the fact. But this is through the anime.js JavaScript system. Nonetheless, the animation exists, and that curve is a very easy animation. I just want to find the fucking website that I have in my head. What did you do? It's a yeah, it's a bit worse. Specifically the end. Uh, it's because you're modifying it with time on the x-axis instead of just the y-axis, kind of. So yeah, um, much better here. um, we don't really have like the regular bounce is an option. It's just like it needs to be truly like stopped. Um, this might help. This might help. Do we have? This is just for easing. So I guess in the bounce animation, with a soft animation, you could probably have that, and then you do that vertically. I know why. I know why. Okay, cool. So what you have is that, let me do it like 2000 with a second, because you have uh, a Y transition and an X transition at the same time. You're falling down, and then when you reach the floor, you're still moving in one direction. So you kind of need to have a set of positions that are like making sense. So it means that in that thing, your transition blocks from the y-axis or x-axis, depending on how you want to read this, are going to be somehow something like this. Like it's your main animation is just the bounce that goes down, and then from the the segment that is here, you have a translation toward the right edge, and then when the bounce happen, you have another one. So one of the things that you can do is split that thing to get um like more variations of the animation. Not necessarily great, but yeah. Yeah, you see that right there. There is a bit of a latency that happened um, on here. It just slows down in between the lamb and the little. That's an interesting thing. Um, Nonetheless, yes. So it's a timed animation that you kind of need to have in order to ensure that you have all of your stops being exactly where they need to be. And then this one is going to help for sure. As long as you don't have overshoots, then you're going to be pretty good. And that overall is going to be pretty simple, I guess. But yeah, that's uh that's a big thing. I this is physics based, so this is different. You could implement some physics if you wanted to, uh, but that's potentially impractical because of the complexity of the physics. Um, Again, not against it, but It listen, if it works, why not? You know, like I get it. I get it. Um, you could, you could. The only thing that I have here is that with these settings, technically speaking, I'm supposed to always end up right here. Like that's the point. Right now, it looks like we are lower than a second ago. But no, I'm ending up in the exact same spot. And so using physics for all of that, when you can just have a predefined animation that just works, why not? Why not? But uh. um, sorry. Damn. Gravity is just like friction at 10 is crazy. Grace, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? I had a question for you. Um, but yeah, no, I don't think going all physics on this is is a good idea. But it makes sense. Grizz, I have a question for you on the portfolio thing. We talked about them before. We used them as a reference. I just can't find them portfolio. It's one of the similar to Benji, similar to the others, and it's just the one that has a background that is kind of brown-ish, and that has that nice animation for the reveal of the content of the page. And I just don't remember. I feel like there is an I in the name, but I'm not sure. And I know that you probably know which one it is. Um, it it might be Ja. It is. Thank you. Yes. I was looking for the pages because they had like some really cool things that I remembered of. So yeah, thanks for that. I'm gonna keep them in the design resources for now so that I don't forget about it. How are you though? How's the new website working? Is it good? Do you Yeah, you could also have some physics with the springiness of the element. Uh, but this one looks bad. I'm not gonna lie, um this is bad. Um what do you mean you left? Your own website? You left your own website? I was asking how's your portfolio doing for the clients finding things? Um oh, I see. For the project in question. That's not good. That's not good. I should just have. Sorry, let me just go back there. So, um, your ball animation is going from 60 EMs to the other points, and you have that like animations thingy that is somehow a linear animation, which is not going to work. And you kind of want it to be an uh, ease out. So I forgot if it's each ease dash out or if it's ease out in a different. But that's more natural already. Um, but that feels like a wrong thing. I, I, I don't think that's going to be the thing. Um, and then the rotation is supposed to be an ease out as well, in order to get like the whole thing. That first bounce is too strong. That's the thing. Um, your scale's good. The keyframe for your bounce are good enough. You just have a bit of you can see that at the end. You have a bit of sliding, which is just like uh, not not great. Um, but yeah. Anyways, you can make it better. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying on this one. Um, what do you have? You have this as well? Yeah. Feeds. Different feeds. Um, that's a good thing. It's a good thing. Again, I do have the exact same thing on Bang. Ooh. That's weirdly centered differently. Um, I think I said that last time. Uh, I would offset this. And basically have that in that thing you have your side um, and I would just have my margin left to be at like minus, I guess, 40. My bad. 64. I guess that's the thing. Just so that the content is aligned, even if the image icon, it, yeah. Um, yeah, I think I didn't re-mention it because it's basically the same thing, but I would have these thing um on the side by like the same amount. But like you currently have that 56 padding, and I would just have the section content to get like not 56 padding, which I don't know where it is, but it is somewhere. I should just search. It's not there. Anyways. Yeah, you have the padding. It's right there. It's right in front of my face. Um, I feel like this looks better to me as an alignment, which basically implies that your line needs to be somewhere else. But yeah, it makes more sense to me to have them on the side and all the text being aligned than what we currently have. Uh, so I zoom in on this shit. I lost it. I lost it. Oh, it's your before. And that before needs to get the padding. Ha, I see. um, I see, I see. Padding left is supposed to be minus 54? We can't do that. Yeah, you get the idea. I just can't put it in words here. Uh, but yeah, that's the thing. Um, and yeah, LLM.text is in place. Again, I think if you just go to any of the band profile that I've made, you have like the entirety of the profile that is auto-generated for LLMs. And if you go into um, the like not slash LLM, like the regular profile view and presentation, and you get into the code, in anything that is in the head, there is at some point, if I do remember correctly, where this shit is in the meta tag, there is a for LLM situation that I think is not going to be displayed there. Weirdly, it's supposed to be, but it's not. That is just explaining to an LLM like what it is, what this page is, which is basically the exact same content as the file in question. But yeah, that's a very easy way to just get like a proper output. Congrats on that. Chris, that's a pretty impressive thing. Not gonna lie. That's pretty good. You could just have that. That's so easy to fix. But yeah. Yeah. Ah. That's what we wanted to hear. That's yeah. Spend so much time on this shit. It is worth it. You've done a really good job, as I mentioned. You have something that's pretty good. The that's good. Uh the thing that is pretty nice, because I mean it's fun for me. Uh you bring it here and you like we looked at the details and the small things and so on, and at the end I remember you say what a waste of time, kind of, for something that only 3 people are going to notice because they are going to scroll there. And then you posted about it, and people were like, damn, that bookshelf is great. um, but opening on click on a navigation transition is basically the same thing that what Jace has, which is what I had in mind in the first place, where this is happening. And I feel like that's basically what Stony has in mind. And I feel like this is a pretty good option. But it's also like a lot more complex to put in place. But But yeah, and it ended up not being ignored. It ended up being pretty good. So yeah, I've been trying to write case studies, and that pisses me off. Adding a bookshelf style, reading in movies. I guess if you have things like Letterbox or other things, um, maybe you could integrate with it. But if you if you tracked and sync with tracked, yeah, that could work. Um, but yeah, um, I do like the instant on your end. I think that the overall system feels more snappy. It's also pretty good for mobile rendering because you don't have to think about it too much. So, you know, like that's a thing. Um, I like the spoiler things. I think this is a great addition. Great addition. I don't know who told you to get like a little bit of off nudge on click, but that person has good taste. That's a nice detail. Anyways. um but yeah, there is a ton of things in there that are pretty cool. So we do like it. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Have I played with shadows? Yes, they are shit. uh Cade, you entered the chat a bit later today. I had my rant about uh the animation tab, which is debatable. Um like I achieved this, which is fine, but it's kind of shit. Not gonna lie. Um, and it works. It does the job. Like there is no question about it. It's just it it does what it's supposed to be doing, and so on. Like so far, we good. But you know, um, but that's just the motion section. So for me, the main issue that I have is it just doesn't behave as you expect it to behave as a motion thing. Um, oh no, this is by hand. I don't think the AI agent would have the ability to do anything remotely similar to this. Um, and I mean, it's fine. At the end of the day, it's not much, but it's just like shit that doesn't fit my brain. Anyways, so there's that. That's the first thing. And then the shader section, which I think I removed because it was so shit. Um, if I just add stuff and let me just oh, I selected the wrong thing. My bad. My bad. My bad. There. I created a shader that combine chromatic aberration and lens distortion so that you can have kind of fun with it just for the sake of testing it out, and mainly because it's also like some of the preset that they have. It does the thing. It provide the effect in question. It's animatable while the animation is running so that you can see how it would look, how it would distort things, and you could play with how this is going to behave. It's it's fun. It's shit. And the reason why I think it's shit is because overall, you are supposed to get through this only through the AI tokens and agents and stuff, meaning that you need to have a paid seat as a starting point, or have enough money to buy the credits that you need in order to get this thing. And that is usually not the case. Like, it's free for now, so if you have IDs for shadows that you haven't put in place just yet, just use the credits right now because it's free. And then once you have everything, it's just going to be okay. But it's the type of thing that is going to request so much out of you in order to achieve something that is good enough that it's I don't I don't think this is going to make any sense in the long run. Um, but you know, like, why not? Why not? I don't know. It does do pretty interesting thing. Not gonna lie. Like, this is clean. But then again, the main reason why I'm like, I don't know, is you have lens distortion, halftones, chromatic aberration, some dithering effect, you have some gooey transition, you have some bloom, you have all the things that are already presets. What else what else do you need? Like, do you really need uh, an alternative version of the dithering effect? Do you really need some like other things? It's just like I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Um, thank you for chatting. Let me check that link. Um, but yeah, it's a I don't know. It's a weird system. I don't like it. I don't mind it, but it's just like for me so far, uh, it's just mm, it's missing something. I don't have any idea on what to use the shaders for. That's the first thing. And at the end of the day, it's just like if we already have some presets, creating a variation of something else is an option if you want something very specific. But then again, the very specific thing is going to come in your head at a time where it's just like not free anymore. So that's the sad part for me. It's just like it's okay, but it's kind of shit. So motion is pissing me off for many reasons, and are we still on this? We are still on this. Um, you see this, and then I'm gonna go on Miguel portfolio. That distortion of making sure that you have some wiggliness when it comes to like um the the cube and the transition and so on is what makes motion design good. The smear is something that also makes motion design good, and this is achieved with motion blur or smear effects and so on. This is not feasible with Figma at this instant. Like, if you have a thing that you want to animate, and I think I did that either here or I forgot. Apparently, I forgot. That's the answer. God damn it. That's always going to be the answer on this. um, Shit like this is is a pain in the ass to do. Um, and it it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. So I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. I know I saved one, but I forgot where the fuck we put it. Um, Again, like that's my usual thing now, I guess. That's what happened. I just do things and then forget where I put them, so I end up with no motion stuff where it needs to be. But yeah, the motion is weird. The shaders is not good enough. So yeah. And TD, apparently the image just loaded underneath. I just saw that. I just saw that. So yeah, I don't like motion because of how it behave or sadly not behave, and they have done things that just don't make a lot of sense. Uh, and it's gonna be good in like very tedious designers that want to keyframe everything. That's gonna be great. But other than that, it's um it's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. So yeah, that's cool. It looks very similar to the others. I've noticed this second ago, which is interesting as a concept. I don't know if it's a good thing because that's layout shifts. That's always a bit of a weird system. These are really cute though. I'm not gonna lie. This is really cute. That's a very nice animation. I would go one step further in the chops instead of having them very, very uh, like narrow of the band in question. I would make that a bit better. And for myself, I'd go, uh, I mean, yeah, but I'd go with something like this. We can do that now with motion. You know what? Let me show you how shit this thing is. Uh, if we had shit like this, and I'm gonna go there, go with black, go 40. You know what? 80 is gonna be good. Um, and just put that in the center of the page. I'm gonna also make sure that the trim is trimmed, properly trimmed, and centered. Cool. So if we had something like this, and let's say we have B for no reason whatsoever, and then C, you know, again, no reason, no reason whatsoever. What I would say is that if you get these things to have an opacity of 0, and on top of that, you add like an effect that is a layer blur that has a layer blur of like, I don't know, 50, 60. Let's just do 40 for the sake of having them here. Then you could potentially get a transition that does something like this, where your element is gonna uh, position up, so it's sliding um, from the bottom, right? And then that's the endpoint. So it goes from here to here. So that's a fine thing, right? But in order to get the transition for the arrival, you kind of want to have something like um, the let's do the opacity for the sake of having it. So it's going to be at 0 right here, and then I want it to end up in its endpoint right there at 100. I'm guessing for the sake of having the animation to be good, I'm going to have the transition at 100% right there. And then I'm going to add an effect on it, which will be the layer blur in question, add 0 somewhere around here. And then there, I want this to be at 40 so that it just gets the transition. So that, God damn it, that thing at 0 right there. So that it fades in. This is pissing me off already. uh, it fades in with the blur, and then when you want to add another move position, when it's going to go back up, you basically just want to reverse that animation so that it has a bit of a fade. So each letter has that blur, that transition could be good. But that's just a small thing. Its motion's going to piss me off. This is something that I could have done in 3 clicks in um, the regular, very much regular thing um, in prototyping. So I just noticed that you have a bit of a line here. Let me check something. As always, we check that. No light mode. I get it. Dev. A dev. That's a dev. Nice tiny animation on the arrow. This is cute. I like that. I like that a lot. Contribution is good. Um, contribution is good. Always good to have. Um, I I don't want to say anything on that. The fact that you are listening to music right now is pretty cool. That's a nice thing. Um, that is bad. That is bad. 5 billion tokens in how much time? I did that last year. Um, I get it. I get it. Um, oh yeah, that's right in the middle of me. I couldn't read. I can't read shit. Yeah, 135 days for 5 billion is crazy. Congrats on that. Um, I did 4 billion in 400 days. So yeah. Um, I do like, I mean, again, I have nothing against AI for code generation. I think it's a great tool for us. Um, I'm a designer, so I don't know code much, and therefore, using AI to build things is as useful as it can be. I think that you have a great advantage compared to me because you probably have knowledge that I don't have, and therefore your usage of AI is going to be pretty good, or better at least because you can fix shit that it does where I do not know what's happening. So if I see something and it works, I'm like, cool. But that's all I know. So yeah, I did again. I have my cursor recap from last year that is right about here. And same thing, you know. Uh, it's it's fun. But this was 400 and 500 days. So basically 1 billion per, I mean, 1 billion per 100 days, which is not much, but still, it's something. And yeah, I don't know. I like I like the minimalism. I think there is a little bit of hierarchy split that you have done well here and not necessarily there. And it's the same thing here. So for me, I would change this to have that variable of muted color to basically be with an opacity of like, I don't know, 80% or some shit like this, so that it has a bit of hierarchy when it comes to the information between the two. Um, and it does the same thing here. It's still readable, it's still good, you still have everything that you need to have, but it's not as bright as what you currently have here. Like this is pure white. It's a bit muted, but not as much. And that muted text is lacking just a smidge of differentiation between this and this in color. In size and in presentation, this is good. but in just in color, I would change that teeny tiny thing. Um, but yeah, otherwise, this is great. This is a great, simple portfolio. Obviously, it's a dev portfolio, so um, you know, you don't have the visual stuff. Um, but yeah, that's an interesting thing. I think that's fun. I think that's fun. I may say maybe just have your name drop instead of the entire thing uh, change. Like this is also it's a bit of a weird thing. Let's for uh Spanish names, Portuguese names, Brazilian names, uh we sometimes have the last name and the first name can be swapped, and for people that don't know, will not know. So you could be called Miguel or Paolo, and I don't know if Miguel is your last name or your first name, and Paolo might be your first name or your last name, and I don't know. So if you write it as Miguel and then Paolo drops as your last name, if that's the case, then it makes sense in my head because I would rather, or probably in my head, think that you would present yourself with your first name and not your last name. But that's because you are from Portugal. I think you are currently in Lisbon, in Portugal. In Japan, for example, I would lead with my last name because that's culturally how it works. So if I see something in a Japanese portfolio or something, and there is a name, I'm assuming that that name is their last name because, in terms of culturally speaking, they go with last name first and then first name. And you will probably never know the first name of someone unless you are very much friends with them. So that's the type of thing that I would potentially say here. If you just dropped the Paolo on the side as an addition, that could be cool. But then the all other thing that I have is that it might be a bit too small. I might I might double the size of your letters here if that's an option. I don't think that's going to be an option based on the data character things um, per character, like the character slot size is probably going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. For me at least. But yeah, that might be a thing. Making this bigger might make more sense. Um, Nonetheless, it's a great portfolio. I think everything kind of works. The the only thing that I see now that is not necessarily a good thing is the images. I think they are too small to make sense, and they don't show me anything. So I don't like these ones are okay, but these ones are like not big enough for me to figure out what they are. So I don't know. Um, what if that works, and if the people that you're showcasing this to are happy with this, then why why not? Also, these two navigation thing is are kind of weird. Also, that's bad. Don't do that, please. What did you do? Um, that's a bad move. That is not a good thing. Is it just because it's private? Hmm. Yeah, but that's at least send me to do this, like that. That would make sense. Even if you don't have like uh, much, then yeah, but still, nonetheless, pretty cool. Good portfolio overall. But yeah, you all. I guess the main point that I see from a designer point of view is the typography is good, but it's lacking something. Um, and that might just be like aligning some fonts here and there, simplifying things here and there, making like, as I said, this block specifically be uh, a bit simpler or less visible. And then let me see if we have the font sizes here. Do we have the font? Do we have the weight? I mean, we do, but it's just like, no, it's not in there. You have your weight that is medium at 500, and I feel like if we change this to 400, for example, it might be a bit better. Um, but yeah, if you want to, if you want to learn about uh, UI UX, just start there. We talk about it every time, but Loads of UX is one of the best resources that you can have in order to figure out how things are supposed to work. This is the base foundation of UX accessibility and behavior or user behavior, how things are behaving. So I highly recommend you to just read the things. Just know that you don't need to go deep in each of the section. You can just glance over everything, just read the titles and what the lows are. And then if you have one that you're like, well, yeah, I don't understand. So for example, the one that we take as an example is this one. Objects that are near or proximate to each other tends to be grouped together in the user's brain. If you don't understand this, then you can go in, but I feel like this is a clear enough explanation so that you can just move on to the next one. And if the next one is a bit more complex and it's just like, I don't know what the fuck they are talking about, you can just click on it, have a lot more explanation, potentially have some examples, and have like some more explanation on other readings and stuff. But nonetheless, this is a really good resource to figure out exactly um, what can be done. And then the other thing that is very much important and very easy, I think you're doing a pretty good job here, but very easy in order to make your design better is spacing and consistency. So if you have things that are like your titles look like this, and then you have three different types of titles, then that is a bit confusing. Like, let's say you had this font right here, this font right there, and this font right here that were different, which is kind of the case. Like, these two are roughly the same, but this one is different. So the consistency in what is a title, what is a main text, what is something, is a bit confusing for some users. So just having consistency help. Um, or making sure that you have a distinctive enough change so that people understand that, okay, so these are like time-based things, like the education and the experience, and then project is something that is absolutely different, which you kind of have. The layout is different with that icon that is next to the title instead of having the image next to both of the text lines. But still, just consistency overall is going to be a good thing, but you have something that is very consistent. All of your titles here, like main titles for the sections, are good. Um, and so you have done something though, which I don't like. Um, and that's That's the text override for your highlight. If I'm someone that has visual impairments and I'm trying to select something, I might not be able to see that this is highlighted text. So I would rather you do a fully black and white highlight of thing where when some text is highlighted, the background for the highlight is white and the text becomes black, rather than this gray thing, because I might just not see that I have something that is selected. Um, like it's fine for me, but for someone that has visual impairment, this is not fine. This is going to be really bad. So yeah, that's one of the things that I can see here with the potential uh, visual impairment. Other than that, you good. The rest is pretty cool. Everything is clean. This thing is debatable because of layout shift. If one day you have more experience that has less text or more text, you might end up with something where your viewers are going to have a hard time picking the correct one. Like maybe, I'm going to say that, maybe your first one has one line of text, then your you know what? Let me say that again. Maybe your first one has 5 lines of text in the description. Your second one has one, and your third one has two. You will skip over the second one every single time because, well, by the time that you reach it, it collapses the first one, which hovers you to the third one. I know. It's a weird thing, but it's probably going to happen if you have like multiple size of text and things. So be aware of it. Uh, but it's a layout shift that I don't mind much right now because you have a good amount of space and good amount of content. But other than that, it's like everything is pretty clean. Everything is neat. Loads of UX is gonna help you, and then make sure that the things that are supposed to be visible are visible, and the things that are not necessarily visible are not visible. So like your dividers here are not visible whatsoever. Are they actually needed at this point? I don't know. I feel like even on stream, you may see them a bit better, but like it might not be necessary to have. So you could remove stuff. Uh, but you know, it's a cool thing. Um, yeah. I mean that you know, it is what it is. We talked about it before. Um, it's the regular meme of designers and dev, um, which we take a look at often. If you said that to a designer, and you are a designer, that's the sentiment. And the devs don't give a shit. It's not it's not your code. Absolutely, it's the same thing for the designer. It's just that they don't admit it. on on my own stuff, I have things that is coming from other places for sure. Where we were a second ago for Grizz, for example, the highlight right there has a little bit of physics around it, right? And that little bit of physics was pretty cool. And I said, you know what? Let me try to do something that is similar for myself. And I did. I found the physics to be a bit more realistic on my end because I just did different types of physics. But it's inspired by Grizz, and Grizz was inspired by something else. And we've seen these floating elements for days. Like this is the common thing. When I built my own project Ban, the physics for the cards is coming from Bento, which is a duplicate of like the thing that I tried to recreate. So yeah, GVA, hi, what about it? welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. Um, so you know, it's um, it's a common behavior. Everyone is duplicating from something. Designers have the tendency of saying, depending on the designer, obviously, but like we tend to have what we call the creative brain, which is depending on the description, um, it's usually going to be having the ability to make connection across things that don't make natural connection. So if you think about, I'm going to do something that is on my desk right now because that's what we have. You have a can of Coke, and then you have AirPods, and I'm building a new headphones in here, earbuds, like wireless earbuds, and I'm using the black and gold as the design thing, and then I'm using the size for the AirPods as the base. I'm inspired by both of these, but I've been tasked to design new AirPods, and it was on my desk, but I didn't pay attention to it, and it's just like what came up. So that is the creativity of my brain making the connection. And yeah, um, that's the we all copy for things. Um, when you said how would you name this types of style, do you mean these types of styles of like very minimalistic um portfolios, or do you mean something else? Yay! That's perfect. That is perfect. That is perfect. That works. That works well. Yeah. This is just a minimalistic portfolio that you you will find so many. Benji is the other one that we take as a reference most of the times. It's roughly the same thing. This is for uh, top level designers, like very much experienced designers, some people that have been doing the work for a long time, and they have things in there that are very unexpected, like that thing, like that bunny looking at you here and there, having some animation. Uh, You don't expect this to be in there, but it's in there. um, and this is like one of these. We have Jan that we just looked at earlier. Very similar type of thing. It has a bit more design when it comes to blur effect for the projects, presentation for the transition between the pages, and so on. Like all of that is interesting, but it's roughly the same type of portfolio. And there is so many people that are doing the exact same thing, including myself, for my currently experimental things for like that is just on my computer and nothing nowhere else. It's a minimalistic portfolio. That's it. And if you want to look for inspiration for that, um, you would have to go into let's go into Lapa, and then maybe in the website section. I forgot if they have minimalistic. I don't think they do. They don't. Yeah, they do. They don't. I might just like not right there. Minimal website is going to be an option. I did remember that they had something. Is going to be an option to for you to check what is minimal websites overall, but it's not like when you're looking at things like this, it's not that minimal, and most of the time it's just like minimal-ish. Like this is very maximalist for me, in the presentation of it, but you know, uh, there is sound. I don't like this. Um, like to me, this is very much maximalist, not minimal whatsoever. But you know, I get it. Why not? Why not? It is considered. Yes, it is considered. That animation though, the reveal animation on the text is really cool. Like all of the content being like fade with blur. I like this. I'm obviously gonna be um, like this is my own project. That animation, same shit. I I made that transition because it makes sense to be, but that's about it. Also the comment R is just breaking the immersion. Um, but it is minimalistic-ish and it's simple, makes sense. So yeah. If you like the Easter egg and the little details, that's the thing that you need to focus on. I think you have a pretty good thing already for the arrow that you have, like the teeny tiny switch of transition. That's a nice thing. Um, these ones are like fun, but I think this is more of a designer friendly type of hover step. Um, so you know, the one from that's the that's TD stuff. This is currently not live. Not released yet. I wish. I wish. Um, but yeah, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. TD, what do you think? Uh, That's too much data. Uh, Are you in an agreement with me with the things on the side and the text all being aligned or not? Because I feel like this is much better, but also, it depends. It's your website at the end of the day, so eh, eh, eh. It is. Gyroscope was an interesting thing as well. Yeah, same shit here. Same shit. Alignment shit. Eh, Align shit. Not sleeping too much. That's the thing. That's what we said. Not enough. Not enough sleep. God damn. Also, I don't think this one is true because you'd be dead. But I mean, maybe. I think you made a mistake here. I think you were not necessarily sleeping for 16 hours. Ah, it's so bad. It's it's so much it broke the layout. Mm, mm. But yeah, I mean there probably are things in there that just like don't make a lot of sense. As in, you probably slept from 6 to 8 as a nap, and then you probably slept from like 2 to somewhere else, but it didn't count. Or maybe you didn't have your watch on you or something. Um, so yeah, it is. It is a really nice graph. I agree with it. Damn, this one is broken. Like as broken as it needs to be. God damn it. But yeah, it's a nice presentation. Viably geeky. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? You're trying to relearn Figma? Yeah, me too. It pisses me off. I don't use it. I should. I should kind of. Not really. But yeah, that's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. Visitor, visitor. Welcome on in. Same questions. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I'm guessing this is like Apple Watch stuff. TD? I don't know. I think it might be. Yeah, Apple Health data. So yeah. I see. I see. Well, I've to give you a bit of an idea of what we're talking about. Um, in the past, not really far, far away in the past, but kind of far away in the past, I've been using Figma extensively and in ways that a lot of people don't necessarily do. And we've done things that are like out of the common behavior. Like most people don't create this in Figma, um, because it feels like a well too much. But that's basically what it is. That's just a Figma thing. And with all of the updates that they have been doing, and all of the fact that I've been moving from Figma to code more of the time, it's just I don't know if I can use Figma, and I can, which is good. But all of their new stuff, all of their new animation system, and so on, it's just like it's broken. It's not great. It's fine, but it's not doing the work as it's supposed to be. And there is like a ton of things in there that just pisses me off. So also, Kane, going back to me ranting about the motion thing, um, is like here, for example, I had the opportunity and the options to move the anchor point from like to the correct corner. The thing is, once I'm basically here, like at the end, I should move the anchor point to the other side so that it pivot properly. But if you change the anchor point position, you don't have um, a keyframe on that anchor point. So you are basically fucked. This is not an option. So this is so bad. And then if you for some reason decided that like that keyframe needed to be duplicated and needed to be a second one, like maybe in the center, you want to add one here, brain is gonna be like, okay, cool, we are in Figma, so let me use the Alt key. Let me go back there. Let me use the Alt key, the Option key on my keyboard to just duplicate this thing, and I'm gonna click and drag. And when I click, it just goes the fuck away. It removes the fucking frame. That makes no sense. It's like, it pisses me off. So, you know, it's a good thing. You want to redesign your website in Figma? Mm, mm, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Um, and Framer is good. Yes, Framer is a good thing. Let me read that beta as thing. I feel like Figma is just trying to overcompensate that their core mechanics are based around the Canva and not around code. Well, the new Canva is kind of interesting. And it was most other companies are leaning more heavily into direct code. It makes sense. Um, so in order to reply to this, which is absolutely true, by the way, um, the latest version of Figma has added this thing, and these thing it's great that we haven't refreshed the YouTube page. This thing specifically is code frame. So you have the ability to have code coming from GitHub running, or GitHub or any repo that is locally on your device, running inside of a frame inside of Figma itself. And then that setup that I just showcased a second ago is they create a recording of, and you have no sound, don't worry about it. They create a recording of the thing that is happening um, within the project. And then once they stop recording in about 16 seconds, um, it's just gonna export every single screens on the Canva. And so it's extracting the code from the code base itself and then giving it to the users in editable layer type of thing, which is pretty good. It's coming from the code, and I do feel like they have made a pretty good job at integrating the code from the Canva, React Canva thing into an HTML based thing, but it's still as not as good as pencil.dev or Wonder or the other one that I don't like, which is just paper. But yeah. Um, so that's an interesting thing. It's a pretty good system, and the fact that you can run things within the Canva of Figma that is made in code, and then from that thing, again, I don't like the way that it's done, but it works. They can make changes to the design itself, and then from there, it's going into the Figma agent, and then the agent is going to edit the code base based on the design changes that just happened on the Canva. So that's an interesting system. It's not great, but it's an interesting system nonetheless. Let me read that. uh, when you said redesign, you didn't mean deployable, just framework conceptual flows. Eh, I don't think you need Figma for that. But if it's easier for your brain, I get it. Um, and I wouldn't necessarily use Figma right now for just a website. I would probably go directly inside of Framer, which is not necessarily the best, but it's also because I have more understanding now. I guess if you had asked me that 4 years ago, I would have done everything inside of Figma. That's for sure, like no questions. Um, but yeah. Um, and if you need to be able to show something inside of Figma, yeah. If it's just like, oh, I need something in my portfolio to explain that Figma is a thing that I know how to use, then yeah. Um, maybe that could work. Um, again, I basically like it is so yes, it is code to Canva and it's then Canva to code. And it's overcomplicating things because as you mentioned, they are overcompensating for the fact that they don't have the proper integration. So yes, um, it's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. So I yeah. Um, the thing that I kind of want to mention, showcase, and not explain, but like kind of um, for Can, which is a an app that I've built myself using Claude and shit. In the beginning, when I thought about it, I designed the entire thing inside of Figma because it made sense and I needed to have everything, right? Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next time. And for the visuals of like the navigation bar, which is the main point of the app, I experimented with Figma in the first place because it was at the time where I was still mostly, not mostly, only touching Figma for anything. So that it made sense. But then I started building things with Cursor and Claude Code and so on. And the type of design that happened was just this. So I took a screenshot of the thing in question. I explained to the LLMs that this is not supposed to be at the top, it's just supposed to be there. Like it's a different system. And and then it ended up being like this because it's faster to create 4 blocks with names than anything else. And and the main reason why this kind of works for me is since I've been designing for 20 years so far, I know what needs to happen and I can explain this in words that the LLM is understanding in ways that are basically the same thing as if I was teaching a junior designer how to build the thing. So I would just say, well, here you need to have the progress bar, it needs to look like this, and so on. And that's just like so easy, so much easier for me to just achieve this. But these things were in 2024. And since I started doing design in code, roughly, not really, but kind of, I didn't really touch Figma for design anymore. Like I haven't done much. I may have done this once of, okay, my plan section looks like this. It's kind of shit. So let me just create a screenshot and then redesign it quickly. And then not being really happy with it. But still, like I didn't really spend too much time with this. I just said, well, that could be an option, but that's not necessarily good. However, there are still things where, you know, I needed some exploration. So when I thought about the dictionary section of the app, I needed more design thinking for this. So I went in and did the initial thing, then a variation, then a variation, then a weird variation, then a more weird variation, which is, I think it would be amazing if I could do that, but I also feel like this is too much like Duolingo and therefore not a good option. Um, but like that's the type of thing that I'm like, I get it. This is design thinking and reflection that can't really be achieved in code, or at least it would cost too much to achieve that in code. So that's where Figma is used, at least for me. Um, and creating the flows and like the shit like this, the planning of what needs to go inside of the app and how what's the structure gonna look like and so on, then maybe. But it's not, I don't know, it feels like right now, if you know exactly what you want to achieve and how you want to, or what you want to have in your website, going through Figma to explain it is probably a waste of your time. And using something like an MD file, something else, to explain the data structure, the content, and so on is probably going to be good enough. Like shit like this is better than than if I had done that in Figma directly. Like this is something that I think um, ChatGPT did using Mermaid, exporting it as an SVG, importing it in Figma to clean shit up, which is impractical. I shouldn't have done that. Um, but that's it. Like that's the only thing that I used basically Figma in the past 2 years for, and it's roughly eh, not not the not the most usage. So again, the reason why I'm saying maybe not use Figma now is because as someone that's been living and breathing Figma for the past, I guess, 8 years in total, because I started using it in 2018. Yeah, on the past 8 years, the past two of them, so 6 of them on Figma, and then the last two are just been, I mostly don't touch it. Like I have had some stuff where someone came in we did some design rework in there, and then most of the design rework that ended up being the final output is basically just a code to Figma slash plugin thing that helped us just have the content, and then I just polished things up to ensure that everything was in there. So yeah. Um,
Burning.
yes. So it wouldn't. It's not that it's too much like Duolingo and therefore I don't like it. It's mostly like I don't think it's gonna be something that works for the app in question. Um, like it's fun. It's the first instinct because obviously it makes sense, but it doesn't necessarily make sense for the app itself in its current state. In the initial state of things, the first design that I had in mind was you start with the beginning of Japanese, understanding what things are like, what the app contains, and so on. Then you move with a path into katakana and hiragana at the same time. So you learn both in parallel, and then you go into kanjis. That was my initial thought. And then I built the app and I figured that the characters meant absolutely nothing, and I didn't really give a shit about it. I was more interested in learning the words and vocabs for Japanese, and therefore I built the dictionary section, which is similar to the Duolingo lessons, I would say, in a way, but not exactly, but kind of. And branching at this point or path-based system doesn't make any fucking sense because in the in the current system, the current thing that I have, let's see if this works today. I don't think so. I have so much doubts. I have so much doubts. Yeah, I know, but I want to. Can you give it to me today? God damn it. Um, I kind of can. Depends on the day. But yes, I've done that in the past. I don't like it though. I mean, it's not that I don't like it. It's, oh, it works today. Cool. Uh, so uh, I love game design. I love game UI design. It's just it takes a lot more time, and I don't have access to the tools that I would need to be using in order to get proper outputs. Um, because I wouldn't want to have a a flat UI game design type of thing. So I want things with textures and shit. So I would basically need to go into Procreate to create every single assets and then import them into the game in question as PNGs. And I don't necessarily know how the industry is working now because I used to, but now I don't. Um, because we used to do that in Photoshop, and at the time it was just PNGs and it was fine. But nowadays, I just don't know. Um, yeah, but it's just like I don't necessarily know how the tech is working anymore. So that's the limitation that I have. Anyways, so here basically you have the characters hiragana, katakana, so that you can practice them. And then I said, you know what? I still want to have the base characters for most of these things because it makes sense. But my main point, the thing that I care about, is the vocab. And instead of giving you lessons that you follow through like Duolingo is doing, I'm gonna give you dictionaries that you can buy, and these are gonna be split into sections with amount of words. So it's just like chunks of 25 words, and it kind of helps you to understand the words in that chunk, but that's about it. Getting a path doesn't make a lot of sense when it comes to this. Um, Specifically, if you are switching in between your like business dictionary and your nightlife dictionary and the onomatopoeia dictionary. Like all of that is branching, but it's not exactly as good as you want it to be. The thing that I had in mind at some point, which I basically went away from, is um the fucking skill-based trees of the Star Wars game, the latest ones. This could have been a pretty good option, but it also doesn't feel right as a system. Um, because it's like if you think about it for Japanese, because that is the base of the app, the first three might be like grammar points, characters, and vocab, or vocab in the center because that's the main point of the app. But then characters, you just have hiragana, katakana, kanjis, and radicals potentially in there. So that's like your skill tree on one side. Vocab isn't necessarily something that you want to do in a linear way. Like you, with the system that I have, if you start learning the characters with, low characters, the vocab with like nightlife stuff, it might be like somewhere around here and not really have link to anything other, maybe slangs here and there. There is not like a distinctive path that you need to take in order to learn these words. It's just like words that you would use. So for me, as someone that is a designer that wants to learn Japanese to be able to work in Japan, the design dictionary is gonna be in the beginning, but not a skill tree type of thing. So yeah, have a good rest of your day, Jubilee. Thanks a lot for coming back. I appreciate it, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for the big ass question. I appreciate it as well. The Figma stuff is neat. So that's the type of thing that I'm like, I was really up for it and figuring out exactly how I could get that path working, but it's just like, does it make a lot of sense? Because it's not a linear path, and because the main point of the app was just like letting you explore whatever the fuck you are interested in, and then giving you some content that you will learn faster because you like it. Like the slang dictionary, I went through that in about 2 months, I think. Whereas I've been on the 1,000 word dictionary for the past year and a half, also because I kind of stopped using um, the app at some point. But like that's the type of thing. So I tried and explore like different things in terms of what design could be and how we could create like a skill tree uh, exploration system. But also I thought about it in the sense that this is a cool idea, but it's a very cool idea if you are like on a TV. On mobile, you are extremely limited and you don't have like the ability to just explore that much. And the end uh like final boss of game UI is what the fuck is this bitch? I forgot. Yeah, it's this. I think it's this one, which is just like this is closer to what the Japanese language should feel like when it comes to the amount of topics that you have. And because I don't do lessons and just vocabs, then yeah. Um I haven't really used like a lot of research for language app because I didn't want to be like too inspired on this. Um and I think the main point is Can is a flashcard app, basically. Um, but it's like I I don't necessarily know if the system of flashcard is going to be the end goal for this app. Like right now, it is flashcard, but I have a feeling that there is a need for other things. But I haven't used. I've seen drops. I haven't seen Pimsleur. As far as I know. um, Pims Pimsleur with EU. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen that. Um, it's probably the same system, by the way. Um, the app looks like shit, though. I'm sorry about that. That's sad. But again, based on the fact that the app is only for Japanese and not other languages, it's a bit limited in or limited in a good way in the type of learning that you can do. Like there are stuff in there that just makes sense for me, obviously. Um, like if I go into, let me get into the thousand words that's gonna be useful, and let me find a verb. So shit like the conjugation system that I put in place is pretty simple. It's a way of conjugation because the Japanese language just take um, uh, endings, and therefore I have the ability to just do things that are better, kinda, not really, but kinda, and better fit with the Japanese language. So other thing is a bit of a different thing, and then I have a bit of a weird condition, which is that I don't want to extract money from the users as much as I can, which is the goal of any other apps. So this is like mostly free. Obviously, the content that is inside of the dictionaries are paid, but you get like everything for free, and there is no ads because it pisses me off. And the only thing that you have in there is if you make too many mistakes, you lose lives, like Duolingo is doing. And when you end up with no lives, you can just buy more lives, and then you can buy coins if you want to. So there is like microtransaction. But at the end of the day, if I just give myself like one life back, and then let's say I go into a system that I know absolutely, and I go through um, the the whole system of what the fuck was this one? Sorry, this was not the kanji that I was expecting to see. Uh, the character that I was expecting to see. If I go through the entire thing, let me see if I can do that now properly with so, yo, and u. So right now, I just have one life. If I have a perfect quiz, I'm getting a life back. And so I can do another quiz again and just be like infinite lives if I really want to, if I know how to do things. So the whole system, the whole app can just be free forever. And the only thing that you need to buy is dictionaries, extensions, and shit because it's yeah, me too. Yeah, space. I don't know. It's weird. We having a discussion. I like it. I'm still there. Um, so like all of that is the type of shit that just makes sense. I have a lifetime option which costs like way too much. It's like $220, so that people are not willing to buy that. That's the goal. And you could just buy the yearly for $60 once or $70 and then you're done. But like it's the type of shit that I don't want to extract money from you. I don't care. I just want you to have something that makes sense to you. And at the end of the day, this app is for me. Uh, and if you use it, I'm fine with it. But if you don't use it, I don't give a shit. So yeah, I'm just not extracting money out of out of the users, and therefore, I mean, that can give you a bit of an idea. Um, that's that's just the current streak that I have on Duolingo, which I've been practicing on other apps. I have tried most of the other apps for that's the banking thing. Most of the other apps for Japanese, and I don't necessarily like them, but also, it works, it does the job, so that's a good thing. But yeah, um, yeah, one person, um, one person just complained, a Russian person, I guess, speaking in Cyrillic in the app reviews, gave me like 1 star or something because they thought that they were prompted to buy the thing too much. And basically, the reason why they are prompted to buy the thing too much is they made too many mistakes. So, um, I think Duolingo is pretty good for the alphabet itself. I think the easiest way to learn hiragana katakana is to just get to the table in front of yourself and read it. Um, and then flashcard with the characters themselves. But Duolingo is pretty good because it has this thing that is also with the combination of characters, which is pretty neat. I don't have that because it does piss me off. And they also have writing on the screen, which is not a good idea whatsoever. Um, but so far Duolingo is good because it's kind of free. You have the ads and the things, but like if you pay for it, you're good. Um, the content is nice. The app looks good. I'm fine with it. um, Anki was just the character is gonna be good enough. And then I've been doing a series on TikTok for the past 150 days, which right now apparently things don't load. But for the past 150 days, I've been sharing free resources to learn Japanese. So all of that, almost 100-ish um, resources are free in order to get um, like good. um, let me. I did. So you just entered the chat like less than an hour ago. So you don't know. I lived in Japan. um, And the reason why when I came back and I built my own app because I needed to learn Japanese better, I decided to not have the writing on the screen is because when I moved to Japan, I had to fill out some forms. And when I don't think I have my notes. Do I have my notes there? Yes. When I started writing things, let me get here because that's gonna help. When I started writing things in learning how to write Japanese on a regular pen and paper, it looked like this. And if you've ever seen Japanese written, this is big. All right? And and this was my regular writing based on the muscle memory that I had on a phone because my phone allowed me to write the thing big enough. And so when I moved to Japan and I had to fill out some forms, I fucked them up. The one for my phone, I had to take 3 times because I didn't fit in the space that was allowed for the thing that I was supposed to write. And so with that in mind, when I did the practice in the beginning, I said, you know what, this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass and this is never going to work. And so later, this is the size that I was writing at, but it's still too big. And it's better, but it's too big. And I've been practicing on pen and paper at smaller and smaller and smaller sizes as much as I can so that I end up with a regular size thing. And it's I don't think I have anything on this one, but I do have some more realistic writing system in terms of sizes, um, which obviously on stream is not going to be making any sense because it's too far away, but it's there and it's tinier and so on. Um, and that is basically the reason. And so I did some research, and it turns out that there is like a brain to hand connection that doesn't happen when you're learning how to write on the screen. So that was one of the reasons for me to just like not put that in there. And then if you want to have like good resources for writing or learning the kana, the original things, we have um, the the kanji dictionary is pretty good. Not gonna not gonna lie on that. There is the printmaker, which is pretty useful if you are someone that has like somehow a printer. Uh, and then I have another one which I obviously don't have right here. Um, but they are like very much interesting and good in helping you understand things and learn the characters. To be honest, the easiest
Variably
things,
geeky is now following.
I guess one of the easiest thing is going to be this one because it's just like give you some printed stuff. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But same thing. It gives you the thing that I was saying that it's a pain in the ass. Um, it gives you shit that is. Let me just use that. That is big. It's made for it's made for children, but it's really useful. And this thing specifically, you have the ability to change the format that you want to have. So maybe you are doing things with like different values. Maybe you want your characters to be smaller. Maybe you want your characters to have like a different system in the thing to have like the grids and so on. So all of that is pretty useful. But again, it's like printed and shit, and I did that on my iPad for a bit. It's not as good. I mean, it's fine, but it's not as good. um, but yeah, there is one that I do like. Let me see if I can just find it quickly. Um, this one is really good. Real Kana is one of the easy things. It's more for the typing experience than anything else, at least from my point of view. And you go in, you select what you want to learn. So let's say that you are in like level one words. So you have kedo, sa, kakeru, and so on, with hiragana and so on. You can learn through that. And then in the study version, you have the characters and then you need to type said character. Um, and it's just like that's that's a, that's ka, that's ko, I, U, Ki, E, E, O, A, Ke, E, I, U. And you have that, and you can just practice through everything. And in order to select what you want to have, I currently have my singles in the hiragana singles selected. So these are the current thing that I'm studying. If I add like more of them, I'm gonna have all of the options in the study guide, and then from there, I can just practice. God damn it, whoa, for and so on to just understand um, if things are good. So that's That's a pretty good system. I do like the whole idea of real Canna. It's pretty easy. The app is free for now, which is pissing me off already, but it's a nice thing. Um, when you said the question is how you find it, what do you mean? How I find it, or oh, you mean the Japan as a country? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I mean, I've been living there for 2 years and I just want to go back. So that's, yeah. Um, it's a bit more complex now than it used to be. So yeah. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna I'm gonna give you a bit of a zoom in on something right there. Um, that word right there is the biggest superpower that I have for Japanese because it it makes the language so much more harder to read, and that's one of the reasons why I'm not reading it so well. But because dyslexia is basically, in a way, we have the representation of the letters in our head in a 3D model. We see things very vividly, and dyslexic people have the ability to just uh, work with the fucking thing that is in their head. But I see my letters in 3D. And that's one of the reasons why B and D look the same is because this thing, if you flip it in your head as a 3D object, it's the same thing. And it can flip the other way around. It's like B, P, D, and Q are the exact same letter with a bit of rotation. The thing that happens on um, the hiragana, and let's use the kana table. I should just get into this because that's like the easiest option for you to showcase. R, E, U, E, and O don't really have similarities. And even though R and O are similar looking, they still have enough distinction so that my brain is like, okay, the one that has the teeny tiny line on the side is like is the O, and therefore I get it. The one that I have a bit of an issue with most of the time is in furigana, in katakana, where we end up with things like the u and the fu and the wa are so close together that I have issues in my head in understanding and figuring out exactly which one it is. So I'm still making some mistakes here and there, but most of it is pretty fine. And then I'm making mistakes because I'm not practicing my katakana as much as I should. But then when it comes to like kanjis and you go through like level one of frequencies, they are different enough that I kind of know what they are. But most importantly, I have just the fact of this is a picture. And therefore, that's a person. So that's hito or nin or hito. Like it's a bit of a different thing. I know that this is iku, so that's I. I know it has another reading, but I don't remember. I know that this is ko, and I don't know if that is domo, but that might be kodomo, probably. I don't know these words. I can't tell you. This is three, so I know that. That's a house. Don't ask me how or why. That's a house. Um, that's onaji, just because I know that character is one of the words that I use often, and therefore I get it. But then I can't really read 90% of them. That's probably kiru or kuru because it's cut. This is chisai or sampo. So I don't know. I don't think this is sampo. Um, this is cool and this is tough, but that's about it. And I don't really have the ability to read shit in a way that makes sense. And therefore we end up with things that doesn't like reading kanjis is complicated. But kanji alone don't make any fucking sense. And again, this is the reason why I built the app for myself, is because the kanjis are going to be inside of words. The like every single time that you will see a kanji somewhere, it's going to be within a word. So what's the point of learning the characters one by one? Like this is a waste of time because you will probably never find the character alone, except some of them, and some of them are in like the N5 level. So as soon as you have the first 100-ish that are in there, you are good. You don't need to think about it too much. And it is pretty easy. So I would, you know, I would do that. um, because it makes sense. But yeah, how do you find, how do you find it? The story of how I found the story of how I found it, the country. um, I think that's the question that you have. I'm having a hard time with that question. Um, but yeah, so for me, hiragana is very simple. Katakana is annoying as fuck. But then understanding the kanjis is a bit of a simpler thing. And one of the reasons why I have to like um have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the meeting. I'm probably gonna be off when you come back, if you come back. But yeah, we'll see you another time. Take care of yourself. Um, one of the things that happens is one of the reason why I discovered and created my own app is that I looked for an app that helped me understand radicals. In the first place, that was like a bit of the initial push for this app. And what happened is I found an app that is on Android. And the issue is that app got pulled from the store because the creator that loved dissecting the kanjis in the character apparently also loved to dissect people. Turned out they were chopping up people and characters, and therefore, when that came to be in light, their apps on the App Store and Google Store got pulled, which makes sense. But that's one of the reasons. So in the beginning, I was like, well, I need to understand the radicals to figure out exactly how the kanjis are made. And once you understand the radicals, you basically have a bit of an advantage because you can see something like here and see that this is the tree, this is probably a person. So you have a person on the tree, and this is like the resting character, and you know how it's pronounced and so on. But it's, you know, it comes with time and with practice and so on. But we like it. We like it. It's fun. It's a nice thing. But yeah, no. Overall, if your question was about Japan in general and how I found it and so on, I think it's great as a tourist. It's nice. As someone that wants to live there, it's also nice. Obviously, when I stayed there for 2 years, I had a job that was not a Japanese job, so it helped a lot in ensuring that I had an experience that was way different. Now that I'm looking for a job there, it is a lot of different thing, but I also have made the decision and looked for things that are not the typical foreigner experience in Japan. And when I say that, I mean when you look at foreigners that are explaining their stories on how they have lived Japan and so on, they are complaining about some of the rules. They are complaining about some of the regular experience of the foreigners where Japanese people are not speaking to them in Japanese, even though they speak Japanese. And all of that has never happened to me, which is kind of wild because in 2 years being there as me, like I don't look Japanese, I think. I mean, if I do, that's weird, but maybe. Um, uh, Only one person spoke to me in English as a default thing, but all of the other convenience store members, all of the staff at any restaurants and so on were speaking in Japanese to me like directly. And the only one that spoke in English was just like, "Do you need a bag?" I was like, "That's weird." That I wasn't expecting you as the old man behind the convenience store desk to speak English, but you did, and that's fine. But it was like just once, and I found my flat in 3 weeks, not even 2.5 weeks. I got a bank account in 3 weeks. I got my phone numbers in 2 days. And it's just like every experience from foreigners, not my thing. Like never my experience. And it's a weird thing. So I don't know. For me, the experience there was really good. And when I'm gonna go back, I already have an address, I already have a phone number, I already have a bank account that I still pay for, even though I'm not living there. And yeah, like my experience when I'm gonna go back is gonna be so much more easier than any other person that is um like expecting or going there for the first time. So that's a bit of a weird thing. I don't know. My experience was pretty good. Um, Other things were really good as well. We do like it, and global experience were simple enough. So yeah, we like it. We like it. Um, Anyways, Stony, I'm guessing you're going to syntax if you're not already there. So I'm probably gonna rate syntax because it makes sense at that time of day. They just started as well. So yeah, I I don't know why it's been 6 hours of stream for once, but it happened. So why not? Why not? Um, I don't see anyone else on the list that is someone that we have not seen. You are saying Q Kitty? Q? Oh, QT. QT. My bad. My bad. My bad. Who's that? Didn't we rated them a while back? I think we did. I think we did. I remember that name. Um, what did do it? I think we had. I think we had. Um, their title doesn't give me any information. Hmm. I was expecting Cat to be live at this time of day, but also Cat not be live because Cat be working or late. Um, I'm guessing. I'm guessing syntax is gonna be the easiest option. You know, it's gonna be the easiest option. We know where to go. It's fine. It's good. It happens. It happens. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here, as always. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That's the usual thing. But if you have a question and not live, join said Discord. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. If you have a big ass list of link that you need to share to other people, use this. And if you want to learn Japanese, use that. We'll see if I can update the Mom UI kit soon enough, but apparently I can't. So I need to wait a bit, to figure out what I need to do in there. But it needs to happen. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Anyways, TD, you won. Stony, you number two. Congrats on that. That's impressive. Um, but yeah, we are rating Syntax, which is doing a lot of dev stuff. I should be back on Friday. I should be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And I'll see if I can work on some stuff. I did some teeny tiny changes here and there on Can and on Perfume on my end. I'll see if I can publish that soon enough, but I have doubts because of many things. Anyways, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.